like everybody's with us. So we'll go ahead and call this special business meeting of the Board of Education to order. Michael, if you could bring the flag up, I'd ask please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. All right, the next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Ms. Downey, is there a second?
I can second that. Karen Hirsch.
Hirsch. All right. Consent agenda, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. Bernstein is a yes. Downey?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski? Karen,
Florida.
Karen, I think you're muted.
Sorry, for clarification's sake, the consent agenda is just to approve the past minutes?
Yes, that's the only item on the consent agenda.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Olson?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
And Stowe?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It passes 8-0. All right, next we're going to get to one of my favorite things, student.
Peter, I have a point of order.
Sure. Okay.
Sure. So I think there's an error with our agenda for this evening. I think there are two defects I think we need to address. At our last meeting, we had postponed a motion that was on the table pursuant to, it was under the caption, the good of the order. I think that's unfinished business under our rules. And under our rules, I think that must be taken up first, according to Robert's rules, which is what we're governed by. I think the second defect that we have with our meeting today is that we have something similar on the agenda, but it's actually called something different. And I don't think we can properly do that under Robert's rules if we're looking at section 21.
Okay, in speaking with both Abby Waller from the Town Law Department and also the General Counsel of CABE, given the questions about the procedural issue, this is actually being captioned as a new item.
Hey, Peter, if I may, I'd like to withdraw my motion from the last meeting.
Okay, is there any objection to Mr. Kelly withdrawing his motion from the last meeting? Hearing none, that motion is withdrawn and we'll be handling this as a new item on our agenda. So I
Thank
think,
you.
Ms. Kowalski, that actually deals with your questions.
Okay.
And with that, we will move on to the student and staff recognition. First, Mr. Johnson for the Ivy League Invitational Parliamentary Debate Winners.
Good evening, Board Chair, Board of Ed, and Dr. Jones. Greenwich High School has a proud history debate because our kids are awesome and our teachers prepare them for all different types of topics. The pandemic has given rise to the online debate tournament, and our students have thrived, particularly Ambika and Arjun. The parliamentary debate style is fast-paced, and the students have little time to prepare their arguments, or in debate, we call them contentions. I am proud of their individual accomplishments this year, but I've been just as impressed in how their leadership has brought more GH students to participate in the art of debate. This evening, I'd like to congratulate Ambika and Arjun.
Thank you. Congratulations to them. And boy, I wish these student centers still look like that. All right. Next up is our Scholastic Writing Winners, Miss Berry.
Thank you. Good evening to all. This year, approximately 1,700 students submitted entries to the Scholastic Writing Competition from our very competitive Hudson to Housatonic region. We had 13 winners, with 3 students winning multiple awards. The Scholastic Awards began in 1923. Those recognized over the years include John Updike, Joyce Carol Oates, and Stephen King. I'm pretty sure we'll be reading some of our student writers in the future. I'm going to start with the honorable mentions. Cody Baker, an honorable mention for the critical essay, How the Inequality in Education Will Affect Children in the Long Run. Jordan Cervantes, honorable mention for the poem Beauty. Alexander Hochschild, honorable mention for a science fiction fantasy story, Rerun. Atlanta Kennedy, honorable mention for the short story, The Duel. Max Liu, honorable mention for the critical essay, Bipartisanship in a Politically Polarized Society. Valentina Pellegrin, honorable mentions, 3 different types, 2 poems, Just a Word and Lavender Love Child, a personal essay / memoir, My Kitchen, and 2 writing portfolios, Finding Home and the Magic of Women. Z.E. Yen, honorable mention for 3 poems, Everything, Writing, and Triumph. And Annabelle Zhao, honorable mention for science fiction fantasy story, The Bankers. We had a number of Silver Key winners. Eva Anderson, flash fiction story, Message in a Bottle. Eve Fesco, Silver Key for personal essay memoir, Strangely Native. Amrutha Nandukar, Silver Key for personal essay memoir, Political Refrigerators. Valentina Pellegrin, 2 Silver Keys, one for a story, Lover's Lane, and one for a poem, Select Memories. Jacob Winston, Silver Key for a science fiction fantasy story, The Flares. Ziyi Yan, Silver Key for a poem, Morning Walk. Joanna Zhang, a Silver Key for the short story, Falling Star. And Annabelle Zhao, Silver Key for the personal essay memoir, Angel's Landing. It's 2 awards for Annabelle. Valentina Pellegrin brought a gold key for the flash fiction story, Falling Star. 8 awards, Valentina, and you've been a perennial winner for us. And Z.E. Yen, gold keys for the poem Home and the poem Snow. 6 awards for Z.E. Really celebrate these terrific writers and encourage them to keep on writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Amazing. A lot of awards there. Next up are our Scholastic Art winners. Miss Nixon.
The Greenwich High School Art Department is very proud to recognize our 8 Connecticut State Scholars. 4 of these students received honorable mentions, 3 received Silver Key Awards, and 1 received not only a Gold Key Award for Connecticut, but went on to win a Gold Key on the national level. Now in their 97th year, the Scholastic Art and Writing Awards is the largest, longest running, and most prestigious recognition program for creative young people in the United States. The awards have an impressive legacy, as Bridget mentioned, dating back to 1923, and a noteworthy roster of past winners, including Andy Warhol, Sylvia Plath, Truman Capote, Richard Avedon, Robert Redford, and Joyce Carol Oates. Each year, nearly 2,800 students enter original works from about 145 schools in Connecticut. I would also like to recognize the GHS art teachers, Lisa Scaragni, Jamie Charles, Shada Ardelon, William Booth, Shakeba Bennett, and Liz Vasquez for their teaching and encouragement of all of our students, and especially tonight, our Scholastic winners. These students have taken many art classes and have been taught by many art teachers to get to this place from kindergarten until now. I would also like to thank Ralph Mayo, our principal, for his constant support of the arts, and Laura Newell, our arts coordinator, and the Board of Education for their ongoing dedication to providing the very best art education possible for our students in the Greenwich Public Schools. Our first award recipient that I'm going to mention is Stella Santini, who received an honorable mention for digital photography. And you'll see their work as I call their names. Thank you to Michael. Bailey Gordon, honorable mention, ceramics. Liliane Bajurke, Honorable mention, drawing and illustration. Sarah Boside, honorable mention, computer art. Alexandra Fenaroli, silver key, photography. Matthew Stuttgart, silver key, computer art. Sophia Poragao, silver key, art portfolio. And Kelly Schneider, she is our Gold Key Connecticut winner and also winning on the national Gold Key level for her photography. Thank you, everyone, for recognizing these talented children.
Thank you very much. They are amazing. Mr. Johnson, was there something you wanted to add?
Yes, Mr. Bernstein, thank you very much. I did not mention my students' full names, so I apologize for that. Ambika Grover and Arjun Kishore, and that their parliamentary win is on the national level, and they are nationally ranked both as a team and for their speaking prowess at these debates, and will continue to compete for the rest of the year. So I didn't want to leave that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to all of our student winners for their amazing work, whether it's in art, debate, writing, or everything else that they do. All right, before we get to our public hearing, just got a few housekeeping matters at the beginning. Again, thank everybody for attending our virtual Board of Education meeting. Meeting is being conducted pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order 7B. We record our meetings. They're posted on our website and our YouTube channel. The agenda for tonight's meeting is on our Board Docs website. You can get there from the greenwichschools.org site, clicking on the Board of Education and then scrolling down to meetings. This is a special business meeting. We are taking public comments tonight for those who signed up. There are 25 people signed up. You can do the math at 3 minutes per comment. We're gonna be here a while. For those of you who didn't get a chance to sign up, you can still email all of the board members by sending a single email to boardofedmembers@greenwich.k12.ct.us. Meeting tonight is going to consist of discussion by and among the superintendent, board members, and the staff. I'd ask people to please stay muted when they're not speaking. Ask participants to state their name each and every time they speak unless I've called on you. We need to just be identified for the record. We'll be using the raise the hand function so I can call on people in turn. I'd ask that board members try to keep their comments concise. And for any voting, we'll be doing roll call votes. So those are the preliminaries. And now we are going to move into our public hearing, starting with our GHS student government.
And Peter, who is speaking first?
You can bring up both Mark and
I brought up Meredith, so she should
Meredith
be.
already up. Okay, great.
Hi. Hello to all the members of the board and to the people observing the meeting tonight. My name is Meredith Blanchard, and I'm the GHS Senior Class President, and I wanted to thank you all again for graciously devoting time to student voices at each meeting. I have some updates as we are well into the third quarter and spring break is right around the corner. It seems that we have gotten approval for some forms of prom and graduation, which is exciting for students, parents, and faculty alike. As COVID cases continue to stay under control in Connecticut, I'm optimistic that our traditional end-of-year events will be closer to normal than originally anticipated. Our prom will likely be over 2 days and at the school, and I'm so glad that we will see that happen. Graduation is also likely to be able to include guests, which is something my parents definitely approve of. The rest of the student government's executive committee has also been hard at work. Our freshman class, Ishi Hassett, advocated for the placement of pads and tampons in every women's bathroom. Before, any student who required those products would have had to go to a house office, so this is a great improvement. Our sophomore and junior class presidents, Isabella Gega and Stephen Blank, have been working hard with food services to make sure that students can get the most out of the free lunch program. I wanted to add that I personally get the lunch almost every day and have been enjoying the way that the lunch program turned out this year. The last thing that I would like to comment on is this year's senior internships. The College Board greatly revised this year's AP exam schedule, which warranted some changes to the timeline of senior internships. I worked with our head of guidance, Ms. Nadell, to go over ways that we can help seniors get the most out of their experience with internship this year in particular. My hope is that we can work around the AP schedule to possibly add a few additional days to the work or project experience. Thank you all again for supporting our school community. I will now turn the mic over to our student body president, Mark Chen.
Good evening, Chairman Bernstein, Dr. Jones, members of the board, cabinet, and meeting attendees. My name is Mark Chen, student body president at Greenwich High School. I'm so glad to see that we have been having some warmer weather these past couple of days and weeks. It has been great to spend more time outside. And while we are continuing to move along with projects and initiatives in student government, many of which Meredith discussed, I also wanted to use this opportunity tonight and in the future to talk about some longer standing topics of interest that have been of consistent discussion over the past several years. But first, I'd like to share an exciting update. At the last GHS PTA meeting, our Director of Student Activities, Mrs. Foster's proposal to purchase TV monitors to be placed in front of each house in the gym foyer, science wing, student center, and outside the PAC was approved. We are incredibly grateful and thankful to the PTA for their generous and continued support, and these TVs are a critical step forward in facilitating communication and in making information more accessible, whether it be announcements, school news, or sports games. Earlier in the year, the PTA also helped purchase more outdoor seating, from picnic tables to chairs, and as the weather warms up, more and more students are back outside during their opens and lunch block. I hope that this is a positive trend that will continue even after we return to more normal times. The main topic I'd like to bring into conversation tonight is midterms and finals. I believe this year presents a unique and phenomenal opportunity to reflect on the relevance and utility, given that our midterms are canceled because of the pandemic, and we meanwhile wait for a decision on finals. Through my years as class president, alongside former class president and student body president Zane Cotter, we devised a series of pre and post midterm stress surveys. We collected in data what we already knew, that midterms and finals cause significant amounts of unhealthy stress and unhealthy mental fatigue. What's more is that close to 70% of students reported that their performance on midterms and finals, on average, is not an accurate reflection of their academic potential and abilities. I firmly believe that there are other ways in which we can more effectively assess cumulative knowledge through projects, presentations, and even more frequent small quizzes. As a senior who will be off to college next year, I hold no skin in the game. Yet I urge our community members, parents, teachers, and administrators to carefully consider for the future the merits of midterms and finals as they exist in their present state. If not total elimination, there are many ways in which we can reimagine these assessments to better serve our students. Thank you for your time tonight. It is always a pleasure.
All right, thank you, Meredith. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the comments. Next up will be GEA, Carol Sutton.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Jones, cabinet, and members of the Greenwich Public School community on Zoom. My name is Carol Sutton, and I'm honored to represent 900 members of the Greenwich Education Association. Congratulations to this evening's honorees. We're very proud of your accomplishments in debate, writing, and the visual arts, and we're proud of the Greenwich educators who guided you along the way. It's been a busy month for GEA. Amid our regular association work, the Greenwich Alliance Trivia Contest was great fun for all, and especially the two GEA teams who finished 3rd and 4th place. Thank you, Greenwich Alliance, for your generosity and for always supporting teachers and students. GEA also had its 3rd successful Biggest Loser event. During the multiple week event, about 50 teachers, spouses, and colleagues worked to build better habits and to raise money for our scholarship fund. Thanks to Lori Mulligan for organizing and to New Lebanon for having the greatest contingent. Thanks to Governor Lamont, Dr. Jones, and Mary Keller and her team, we're getting vaccinated. But even with shots in the arm, we're growing concerned about cases in town rising in the 11 to 20 and 41 to 50 age groups, as reported by the Greenwich Department of Health, and to new cases in our schools. Please, everyone, this is not the time to let our guards down, no matter how much we want to be back to normal. The GEA Executive Board would like to thank Negotiations Chair Joe Kelly for the opportunity to engage in a full and frank discussion of the challenges of pandemic education. We look forward to working with Joe and his team in the future as we forge a path to consensus. This evening, we look forward to the discussion of the Big Ideas Math program. We appreciate the teachers had a voice in the vetting process and that the program contains a comprehensive collection of digital resources. Beyond new materials, though, teachers need designated professional development time and ample time with their grade level teams to plan for a smooth launch and implementation. We also look forward to an update on the restoration of North Mianus School and implore the administration to explore every possible option for getting the North Mianus community back to campus, including modulars. We know that GPS had a bad experience with modulars during the construction of Hamilton Avenue, but that experience could inform this one, and the Palmer Hill site is flat and expansive. And though it's not on the agenda, we ask the administration and board to give as much attention to the social, emotional, and mental health effects of the pandemic on our students as you do on their academic needs. Teachers have seen troubling signs in all age groups, and some of the effects have yet to emerge. We may find that the personal and interpersonal effects of the pandemic are more acute than learning loss, and we must be ready. Thank you for your ear. Have a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. All right, next up is PTA Council, Brian Peldunas.
Good evening. I am Brian Peldunas, President of PTA Council, representing the 15 school PTAs and the families of all of their members. PTA Council congratulates all of the students recognized this evening and thanks all of the faculty and staff involved in making that success possible, especially in this interesting time. PTA Council would like to thank the League of Women Voters, Greenwich, and all of the participants in last month's school budget forum. One takeaway from last month's forum was the repeated call for a townwide discussion on various aspects of the future of our district. We look forward to tonight's discussion on the strategic plan as a good starting point for this discussion. Also, a similar forum is planned for next month to discuss our school facilities. More to come on this event shortly. For now, PTA Council reiterates our strong support for the funding of the next phase of the Julian Curtis work in the capital budget and for the funding of the full BOE operating budget ask, including the special education out of district portion. Following up on previous comments, first, we continue to support immediate steps to alleviate Chromebook issues and look forward to reviewing the additional information requested by the BOE during last month's meeting. Second, we look forward to the additional information requested last month also relating to the Linkit results. Third, like last month's concern about the need to update inaccurate data or information contained in reports, we also ask that information requested by BOE members be appended to the meeting documents so that all can view these updates as they are provided. Finally, we reiterate PTA Council's desire to participate in the needed follow-up work on the as described in the ALP report. On tonight's agenda, you will be reviewing the recommendation for the new K-8 math textbook. PTA Council takes no position on this, but I'll personally be talking about it later. Parents are very interested in having a paper textbook available for any students K through 8 who request it. I'm happy to say the recommended resource provides such a student edition. Parents are looking forward to the release of the parent portal, and I can almost guarantee that we will be providing feedback as soon as that is available. Finally, last month I spoke about the academic and social emotional issues facing students, as well as the need to look beyond COVID. A recent remote school parents meeting highlighted the need to plan for the return to school for students who have not been in buildings for over a year. The social and emotional impact of the virus has changed over the year, and students are facing different concerns and issues than those experienced last March and in September. We are pleased that the district is already working on this need, and parents and PTA councils stand ready to assist the planning in any way possible. We believe this plan will benefit all students, not just remote school students. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. All right, next up is our community comments. Before we begin, I mentioned we've got 25 people signed up. Everybody's allotted 3 minutes per speaker. We'd ask that you not go over. We will turn you off. We don't want to have to do that, so please pay attention to the clock on the screen. Remind you that we're going for comporting with civility, right? The speakers can offer objective criticism of operations and programs, but should not be making comments about specific individual district personnel. If you have issues with that, you should let the superintendent know. Again, you're asked to express yourselves in a civil manner per our policy with dignity and respect and for the privacy of others. It's not our intent to stifle comments, but you should be aware that if you violate the rights of others, the law of defamation or invasion of privacy is out there. And this is our policy. It's policy 9325. If you'd like to look at it, it's on our board doc website. If we have to, I'll try to give a warning to folks. If that persists, we'll have to turn you off, and we don't want to have to do that. So we'll start with our first speaker, Frances Nobe.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, this is Frances Funobe, co-chair PTAC Remote School Special Committee. As we enter year 2 of pandemic learning, we express our sincere thanks to our Greenwich Public School teachers and staff who have tirelessly inspired, innovated, and instructed our kids. In particular, we know that high flex teaching is so incredibly challenging, and we really appreciate our secondary school teachers for all that you have done to keep our kids engaged in both modalities. For elementary, Greenwich is one of just 3 Fairfield County school districts providing a standalone remote option, and the only one still teaching more than 400 grade K to 5 full-time remote learners. Thank you to all our 30 remote school teachers and our neighborhood school principals, specialists, and district leaders for all their support. This week, our K to 5 remote learners celebrate Spirit Week. Remote school class parent volunteer Jana McQueen brainstormed with the remote school team leads to come up with an easy, carefree way to honor and celebrate our remote learners. Today was dressed like your favorite superhero, and I hope that some of you are wearing your capes, masks, and shields. I especially appreciated the many children who dressed up as teachers. You are our superheroes. To support our mental health, as Brian mentioned, the GPS mental health duo, the boys, have provided live and asynchronous programming to help survive this continued upheaval. The boys have always shared that even though they have multiple degrees in child behavior, they too get frustrated and make mistakes. Be kind to yourself. There's no blueprint for pandemic parenting. We look forward to our continued partnership to develop reentry, reintegration, and inclusion plans as our families return in person this spring and fall. While we have learned in different modalities, we are one GPS community and we learn together. Lastly, a sincere thank you to our community partner, Greenwich Alliance for Education, for funding monthly virtual assemblies for our elementary remote learners. Crossing our fingers for additional funding, we hope to squeeze in May and June assemblies to round out the year. If you are seeking a worthy charity, please consider a gift to GAE for our remote learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Randall Smith.
I do not see a Randall Smith.
All right, Randall, if you're on, if you could hit the raise your hand function. Okay, unfortunately, we're going to move on. Our next speaker is Beth Mcgilverey. Beth, sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to just make this quick, but I was lined up to speak for Peter Schur. I am a little appalled that the Board of Ed is spending extra time on this when there's so many other issues that are so important. A hot mic moment happens to people. It's a mistake, but to make this a huge issue, I'm really appalled. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer Kutai. Jennifer, you just need to unmute.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good evening. I'm here to discuss the current special education review, which is well underway. I have received very concerning information regarding PCG. I was contacted directly by GPS staff members, a state representative, as well as a director of special education in another state. I would ask that you make this information I am going to read available on the BOE website in order to sustain total transparency. The project director leading this review is not a special education teacher, nor was he ever. He worked in assistive technology, which is a far cry from being a special education teacher. Please have that information removed from the description posted on GPS website, as it is false. In 2017, the Office of the Inspector General in New Jersey determined that PCG doctored special education student records. They improperly altered school employees' responses to time studies to indicate their activities were directly related to providing Medicaid services when the responses indicated the activities were unrelated. Their actions led to New Jersey having to repay $300 million in Medicaid reimbursements. The project director for PCG was, quote, chased out of the Delaware Department of Education and mishandled a statewide special education plan. He has been described as, quote, a snake oil salesman who caused enough of a problem in Delaware that angry parents, state government, and the Department of Education wanted him out. From staff at Greenwich Public Schools, I was told our children were observed without parent consent or knowledge, and personal parent information from the surveys were shared with the Special Education Administration. As a parent who sat on the last review done by Key to Ed, I voiced my concern about this review leaving parents almost entirely out of the process. With this additional information, you have a significant burden to prove that the information provided by PCG has integrity. I venture to guess that the BOE knew about at least some of these allegations and chose not to inform parents and taxpayers. You don't need another review or even more taxpayer dollars to realize that the special education infrastructure is irretrievably broken. What I can tell you is that without significant staffing changes, special education families will not wait 3 to 5 years for the results that are long overdue. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The next speaker is Jackie Homan.
Hi, my name is Jackie Homan. I'm shocked after what happened on last week's PTA call. GPS and the PTA allowed a doctor to promote misinformation to our community. The doctor obfuscated the truth by stating COVID vaccines are FDA approved when they actually have emergency use authorization, which is a far cry from FDA approval. EUAs are issued without waiting for all of the evidence required for approval, and they can be removed at any time. The doctor encouraged parents to be critical consumers of experimental, unapproved vaccines while promoting a one-sided platform about the promise of hope. Here's what she left out of her sales pitch. Over 176,173 vaccine injuries have been reported to CDC's Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. 2,400 people tested positive for and/or developed COVID as a direct result of vaccination. 1,349 people died from experimental COVID vaccines in the US. Over 20 countries suspended use of AstraZeneca vaccine already. If you read the package insert, you'll see it says the COVID vaccine may not protect anyone or everyone. The COVID vaccine is an unapproved vaccine that may prevent COVID. There is no FDA approved vaccine to prevent COVID. It says this right on the package, yet GPS and the Board of Ed have declined to issue a simple correction despite repeated requests. Why is that? Why didn't the doctor disclose financial compensation she would receive as a result of vaccinated potentially thousands of children in our district? Bill Gates said vaccines are phenomenal profit makers. Pfizer boasted its vaccine could become the most lucrative in the world. Is the doctor's optimistic outlook influenced by compensation she'll personally receive? If all 9,140 GPS students get 2 jabs each, it could generate as much as $725,000 or more. It's the ethical and moral responsibility of GPS to promote factual information to our community and to issue a correction. Using fear tactics to encourage members of the community to seek experimental vaccination is irresponsible and dangerous. Worse, if an employee felt pressured to take it for fear of losing their job, it could expose the district to a lawsuit like the one just filed in LA earlier this week. Many parents reached out to me to express frustration at what's happening, especially with respect to vaccines, critical race theory and mental health and well-being impact on our children with the plexiglass and duct tape prison that's been created for them. Parents are afraid to use their own names for fear of repercussions, since we've all heard stories about DCF being used for retaliation. The fear is real and palpable. The propaganda on parents and children needs to stop for the sake of everyone's mental health and well-being. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The next speaker is David Langhorne.
I do not have a David Langhorne.
David, if you're with us, could you raise your hand? Use the raise the hand function. Okay, we're going to move on. The next speaker is Carolyn Peterson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Peterson. I am a parent of students at Old Greenwich School and Eastern Middle School. I am an active realtor in town selling Greenwich and our school system to prospective residents every day. I am also both president of the Old Greenwich School PTA and a board member of the Old Greenwich Association. While I have spoken many times in this forum on behalf of the Old Greenwich School feasibility study, I am speaking here tonight on behalf of the students, teachers, and parents of Julian Curtis School. It is their turn to get our focus and attention. We need to bring our town's schools up to par with today's elementary school standards. Julian Curtis is asking for the very same improvements we are asking for at Old Greenwich School, namely ADA accessibility, security, and health and safety. We need to make this commitment to our students and to our town. To delay the Julian Curtis project will only delay the projects at 7 other schools, and this should not be acceptable. This is why all the schools have joined together as one united voice to support the Julian Curtis project. The recent infrastructure safety concerns at Coscob, North Mianus, Riverside, and Old Greenwich schools should be reason enough to make these projects a top priority in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kimberly Fiorello. I think you're muted.
Okay, thank you so much. This is Kimberly Fiorello. I serve as state rep for District 149, but I'm here as a personal character witness for a friend, and that's Peter Scher. I wanted to speak to his character and his tireless work for our community in serving 12 years on the Board of Ed. I know that the work there is just amazingly tireless for all of you amazing board members, and very grateful for the work that you do. As a fellow public servant and volunteer for our town, I think you guys know that there's, in this Zoom era, there's been such a blending of our private lives and the time that we spend as a public servant. And I understand that there was a very unfortunate hot mic situation, which is not a great example to set. But I hope that all of you will not vote for the censure, as I feel that it's a harsh sentence, especially in these times where everything is, Googleable, and it would be a terrible last note on someone's long service to our town. So keeping in mind the bigger picture of all the work that he has done, I hope that you will have an understanding of, of poor skills in muting oneself, and please excuse that, and in a continued spirit of working well together to not censure Peter Scher. And thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Katie Jackson.
I do not see a Miss Jackson.
Katie, if you could raise your hand. All right, we're going to move on. Our next speaker then is Shelley Kring.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, to the members of the Greenwich Board of Education, my name is Shelley Crane. While I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on behalf of myself and my husband, what I have to speak about is every every special education parent's worst nightmare. I know we are not alone in this hell. I have two wonderful, beautiful, smart children full of potential, but also my son is a student within the special education system here at Greenwich Public Schools. My daughter, Olivia, who has been denied services and testing over the years, is only now being tested. I would like to speak tonight on behalf of my son, Lex Stevenson. My son, Lex, has suffered year after year by the hands of this administration. Not only has he been denied a FAPE, he has been denied a safe and secure school environment. Lex is a student at the high school, and he is just now being evaluated for an IEP 5 years later. We have had to fight for any evaluation since we became aware that he was challenged academically. Year after year and hundreds of emails later, we have a child that has gone from loving school to a child that now suffers from PTSD, school trauma, numerous additional learning disabilities that Lex hasn't been afforded to have looked into and tested with proper evaluations, severe anxiety, and who is a victim of this broken system. Why has it been so hard for us to have the services Lex is entitled to, including Child Find, IDEA, RTI, not appropriately documenting his learning disabilities on an IEP, instead referring it under the 504 and every denial along the way to be identified any further to encompass the totality of his deficits and strengths. Because of his learning disabilities, Lex was bullied for years, and again, email after email, our pleas for his safety, mental health, and well-being were all ignored. These are also violations under the IDEA. The support class that, skip that. Just now, that counselor has raised the alarm bells and said, this kid needs to be tested. We were told Lex was tested after the horrific fourth grade year he had, including abuse by a teacher. How could they not test him? How could they not test him with all the concerns for so many teachers?
Shelley, that's time. If you'd like, you can email your comments to the board.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. I think I saw David Langhorn raise his hand. David, are you still with us?
Yes, good afternoon. Good evening. How are you all tonight?
Just fine.
I got a couple of
David,
things for you
you know the rules, right?
Number one,
3 minutes.
Is there a particular reason why we were
We called on you.
Yeah, but you're interrupting my 3 minutes. I only got 2.5 thanks to you.
Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Two things. Number one, I find myself getting frustrated. The poor Mr. Scheer, for a brief moment of lunacy and something that he regrets every day, is being vilified beyond what a normal person should be vilified for calling somebody a little bit of an off-color name. If I was had the luxury of calling every single person that called me a name over the last 20 years, it would be spectacularly awesome for me. Leave the man alone. That's all I got to say on that point. Second point, I hear all talk about the schools and their improvements and everything. Does anybody actually know that there are birds flying in the Central Middle School gymnasium right now because it's dark and there are holes in the roof? Does anybody know that nobody cares about Central Middle School and its disgusting situation it's in? And then I get to the pleasure of reading the BET documentation, and I see I'm spending $22 million on a new ice skating rink. That can't be realistic. I know that Old Greenwich School needs work. I know Julian Curtis needs work. All of them do. Maybe you should all take a field trip down to Central Middle School and take a look. And the 250, 300 kids that sit in that school, show them the same level of respect that you throw the 900 in Old Greenwich, or the 350 or 400 that are at Western. It's just not right. And at some point, someone's going to have to step up. And for $22 million, you're going to buy an ice skating rink that operates for 5 months of the year for 5% of the population. And my last and final piece is, and I hate to go a meeting without my shed coming up, it's frustrating. And I gather the rumor is that the fabulous school board unfortunately seemed to have missed the deadline to put phase 2 in. Hence, my shed gets pushed back from 2022 to 2023. I don't exactly know where the visiting fans are going to stand at the next football game. It seems incomprehensible that we managed to be 2 days late. And I'm really hoping that's not the case, because that would be just bad look on our side. With that, I think I have 11 seconds to go. I'd like to thank you all for everything you guys do. I don't want to be a downer today, but I think we are moving in the right direction.
Thank you, David. All right, next up is Amy Muth.
Hi, this is Amy Muth. Dr. Jones, Chairman Bernstein, and members of the Board of Education, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening and for everything that has been done to provide our children with the option of an in-school education. I appreciate that this has been a huge sacrifice for many to make this happen. I'm not sure who on this call saw the article written by Ms. Prabhu in the March 6th Hartford Courant, but I urge you all to read the article written by this brave Eastern 8th grader. This young woman spoke eloquently and kindly about the racism she has experienced at Eastern. We were impressed that she did not let the fear of repercussions interfere with having her voice heard, and ashamed at ourselves for keeping our claims of racism at Eastern so discreet. As a parent, I have feared repercussions for my children and family, and it has prevented me from speaking as openly as she did, but I want her to know that she is not alone. Other students are also living the experience she has had at Eastern, and I'm sure other schools in the district. Ms. Prabhu, your bravery has sparked our family to think about how our fears of repercussion have prevented us from speaking out, and yet you, an 8th grader, found the courage. It seems like it is time that the people on this board find the courage to examine what is going on in our elementary and middle school curriculum that is allowing this behavior to flourish at Eastern. Or maybe the better question is, what is missing from our curriculum? Social emotional learning has been grossly underfunded and unsupported in our school district. The curriculum seems void of meaningful diversity, equity, and inclusion curriculum. And I question whether there is appropriate training for our teachers, staff, and administrators to strategically integrate it. It needs to start in the elementary schools, not as a reactive intervention to a severe problem in the middle schools. Our PTAs are appreciating the absence and trying to find ways to support and integrate it into our schools, but without a strategy from the district, we will continue to work in silos without creating meaningful change. I would also like to thank the guidance counselor mentioned twice in this article, who this student felt safe confiding in. From this piece, it seems her guidance counselor validated her experience and helped her find her voice so she could bravely speak and share her experience. These students of color, of diverse and rich religions and cultures, should not feel like they cannot receive an education in a safe, accepting environment. I should not have to worry that my biracial child isn't safe at school because of the racism and bullying that has to be endured. We are not even addressing our LGBTQ population here in this discussion. Racism at Eastern is a school, district, and community problem. Our school district is plagued by racism and a culture of otherness, as proven by the identified problems in our special education system. The language around differences has to change to one of inclusion and acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jane Sprung.
I do not see Sprung.
Jane, if you're with us, if you could raise your hand. All right. I guess we'll move on then. Our next speaker is Janet McMahon. You have the wrong Janet.
I do not believe she is on the call.
All right, Janet, if you're with us, could you raise your hand? Okay. We're going to move on then. Our next speaker is Alyssa Williams.
Ms. Williams, if you unmute yourself, you should be able to speak.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Alyssa Williams, and I am a single mom with 2 special needs daughters. I am here tonight scared and afraid of the retaliation many other special education parents have faced. But I feel I must do what is best for my 2 daughters that I love more than anything else in this world. Rain is in 6th grade and has suffered serious educational setbacks, not because she is learning disabled, but rather because of the serious neglect she has suffered at both Julian Curtis and Central Middle Schools. Most recently, you excluded me from Rain's triennial meeting. This left Rain's team to predetermine her needs, which is a serious violation of the Individuals with Disabilities Act. You also failed to provide me with a copy of her IEP in a timely manner, which violates Connecticut state laws. Additionally, you lied and said it had to be done within a certain time frame, but as we speak today, that date hasn't even arrived yet. I told Rain's team how concerned I was about her regressions and how her goals reflected that of a 3rd grader. Her math goals included counting coins. That is not the goal of a 6th grader. The question is, why would Greenwich Public Schools look to do everything possible not to offer my daughter the services she so desperately needs? At a meeting for my younger daughter, Michaela, last week, I was told by the assistant principal at Julian Curtis that they were going to stop the clock on my request for a full evaluation because, quote, she had a 20/40 vision in one eye. Again, this is a direct violation of the IDEA. The reading specialist backdated a letter and tried to slip it into my daughter's backpack.
Specific staff members, thank you very much.
Despite the fact that I have requested all correspondence be sent via email. Your scare tactics are to send an assistant principal to public housing at night uninvited to see how she can call DCF on parents of children with disabilities. Again, the question is, why would Greenwich Public Schools look to intentionally cause harm to my innocent child? The answer is simple. I, like many other special needs families in Greenwich, are poor. I do not have the means to hire an attorney to fight this, and the district knows it. So they don't provide our children a free and appropriate public education. Just because I can't afford a lawyer doesn't mean I don't love my children, nor does it give the right to deny them an education. Your sick and disgusting behaviors will impact both my daughter's futures. Enough is enough. You don't need PCG to do a review to know you need to drain your swamp. I have a lot to lose by speaking tonight, but I will never give up on my daughters. I may not have money, but I do have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is Abby Large.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Have you considered during this worldwide pandemic that there is an entire generation of students going through trauma? That there are students who have fallen behind academically and the achievement gap has been single-handedly widened by this pandemic? That there's an overwhelming number of students dealing with serious emotional and social trauma? Why haven't any of these topics been discussed and debated towards a solve for our children? Why has there not been one agenda item listed in over a year that discusses what you're going to do about it? On the front page of the March 9th Greenwich Time, it said that Greenwich is slated $32,805,541 in total school aid K through 12 from federal stimulus money for COVID relief. Why aren't you discussing how you will use that money for this solve? Forgive my frankness, but have you considered why you are spending time, energy, and our taxpayer dollars fighting each other? It's toxic, beyond disappointing to watch, and sets a horrific example to our children of how true leadership is supposed to be. Worse, you will have failed an entire generation of students, which will be ingrained in them forever. As we are fortunately getting our vaccines to hopefully bring this global pandemic to an end, why don't you consider bringing the toxic relationships to an end as well, and focus on the current and future needs of our students, which in the end matters most.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is James Waters, although I'm not sure he's with us. See him. Mr. Waters.
Hey, can you hear me, Peter?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Board of Education members. My name is James Waters. I wanted to speak tonight to strongly encourage the Board of Education to act on two important items. First, please uphold the district norms for Greenwich Public Schools and censure Peter Scher for his comments. He has a track record of ignoring these norms repeatedly and should specifically be held accountable for his words and actions in calling the chair of the Board of Education a quote, effing D-bag during a public meeting in February. The district norms are be here, be safe, be honest, care for self and others, let go and move on. We hold our kids to these standards, and we need to hold our Board of Education, teachers, and administration to the very same standard. As his own allies said tonight, it was a, quote, moment of lunacy, and, quote, it was not a good example. Please send our entire town a message that Mr. Scher's actions cannot be tolerated and censure him tonight. You must not sweep this under the rug, as some of his allies would encourage you to do. Second, please support Dr. Jones's interim appropriation request for North Miami School. We just learned today that North Miami School will not be fully repaired by September, and that alternative space will be required for half of the school. I applaud Dr. Jones and her team's work to get the school opened as quickly as possible and encourage you to support her in expediting this project. Even more, I strongly encourage the Board of Education to do whatever it takes to upgrade all of our schools to today's standards and to tell the Board of Estimate and Taxation to stop kicking important capital projects down the road. Thank you for listening, and I hope you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is Mabel Balestra.
Hi, good evening. This is Mabel Balestra. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Jones, and all present. I thank those of you championing our cause and those of other children in the Greenwich Public Schools. Your efforts are invaluable and we applaud you. Last week, the Greenwich Times printed an article on its front page, a plea for equity. Please read it. I was filled with equal parts anxiety and hope at the thought of our story being shared publicly to help other families and raise awareness regarding educational access, with the hope that it could provide a roadmap to achieve this for all students. Access comes in many phases. First, general access under the ADA, then personalization under Section 504 in the IDEA. I will focus on digital access. In trying to view transition materials for Greenwich High, we found the website not compliant with access under the ADA. We emailed as directed and requested that this be corrected. It's my understanding a GPS team came together and is working on that. Thank you. This is a wise plan for action by GPS. There's an abundance of case law and OCR decisions affirming the requirement that websites and online platforms be accessible. Just as the ADA requires physical buildings to be accessible, so must the websites and online platforms. In our complaint referenced in the article, the State Department of Ed ruled, among other things, that all teachers and staff working with my son had to be formally trained to ensure implementation of his IEP accommodations. As a blind, visually impaired student, you might already guess that means digital access is required. But here's the thing, we don't need an IEP to demand that access, digital access, be provided. Neither does any other family or student at GPS. Those are already required by the ADA. Failure to have digital access principles implemented and threaded through every aspect of the educational environment and curriculum is a violation of the ADA. The ADA doesn't say, wait for a disabled person to show up and ask. It requires equal access already be in place. Greenwich has a long-standing history of non-compliance with the ADA, despite ongoing and heroic efforts of advocates in this community. Providing educational access is a walk in the park by comparison. Do we want Greenwich to end up like another Domino's? As my son aptly stated, he shouldn't be the only one to benefit from the accommodations he receives. These are universal, required for all, regardless of the presence or number of students with disabilities. Use us, please, as a roadmap to provide required access to all GPS students. And just as you must for my son, implement training at every level for every administrator, every teacher, every staff and student to ensure digital access as required by the ADA is implemented and taught to all in our community. Again, we ask, please use us as a roadmap to do this for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, our next speaker is Megan G. Megan, if you could raise your hand. Got a couple of Megan signed on. All right. Thank you. All right, you just need to unmute.
Hello.
Hi, Megan, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Board of Ed members. I'm speaking this evening to you on behalf of Peter Scher, who is a friend, neighbor, and former colleague. I've known Peter in each of these capacities and can speak to his character, passion, and dedication. His work for the town of Greenwich and the Board of Education has been unwavering. Peter and his lovely wife, Karen, have been passionately engaged in the Greenwich schools for close to 20 years. Our eldest children started their academic journey together at North Miami School, EMS, and then GHS. I have 4 children, and my youngest son is at GHS as a freshman. We have been actively involved in our schools as class parents, board positions, in the classroom, field trips, and fundraising initiatives. We were proud to have had our children in the Greenwich school system, a system that was known for excellence in education, a college preparatory curriculum with well-prepared students for higher academic endeavors. Back then, Greenwich Schools prided itself on a well-rounded curriculum with an IB program at ISD, a strong special ed faculty, ESL programs, achievement from a state and national perspective, and an expansive set of enrichment programs. It was truly a beautiful and innocent time to raise a child. I've personally witnessed Peter's journey and dedication to the Board of Ed the past 12 years. He has been a passionate and steady advocate for what Greenwich schools have always been known for, excellence in education, which is the reason we have all decided to live in this town and have our children educated here. I'm truly disappointed with the motion to censure Peter. After he personally and publicly apologized, I feel that the motion to censure Peter is an overreaction. This motion and the time the board is spending on the matter is merely a distraction which deflects from other more critical issues that impact our students, like full-time in-person education, delivering excellent education, and resuming extracurricular activities, meaning a return to normal life. This is critical to students' overall health and well-being, as they have lost so much over the past year, which they will never, ever get back. I urge the board to focus on the critical matters at hand and focus on your charter, and I hereby request that the motion to censure Peter be dismissed. Thank you.
Megan, before you go, could you actually tell us your last name? We need that for the record.
Valletta.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, our next speaker is Marina Levine. You need to unmute.
1 second.
I think you're unmuted.
You're good to go.
Oh, good. My name is Marina Levine. I'm the parent of 2 public school students. I believe it is imperative to support the Board of Education budget as it is presented and inclusive of the improvements to Julian Curtis. Furthermore, it is essential to support the interim appropriation needed for repairs to North Miamis. The conditions our children are learning in influence their self-worth. When their schools are outdated, inaccessible, and in a state of disrepair, it tells them that their learning environment and their safety are not a priority. On a recent drive by Old Greenwich School, the front steps were roped off with caution tape. It's an embarrassment. It is not the message we should be sending to our students and our community at large, not to mention anyone looking to buy a home here. On censure, one of our school norms is care for self and others. However, Mr. Shear's pattern of behavior includes publicly shamed parents, GPS staff, and contributing to years of dysfunction on the board. He is repeatedly disrespectful to the superintendent and has posted bizarre social media posts regarding saying things like students are being indoctrinated. I think we have to call this out, and it's high time we move forward with a censure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Molly Salibi.
Good evening. I'm just going to quickly speak about two matters. I'm not going to opine on whether or not the board should censor Mr. Scher, but I do call on all public figures, elected officials, no matter one's political affiliation, to immediately apologize for mistakes. Anyone can forgive an open mic, but I didn't hear an apology that very evening, nor a few weeks later in an op-ed that was written. We must hold everyone to a high standard. We should have the highest of standards in this town for ourselves and our community at large. Secondly, I ask you to support the interim appropriation for North Miamis School, my alma mater, a wonderful school that educated 9 Salibis over 4 decades. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Natalie Adi.
Hi, thank you. As the PTA president of Western Middle School, I had originally planned to talk about the fields again and urge for their reopening and get an update on those. But after listening to these comments, I think I just want to speak as a parent. I want to urge the board and our leaders to stay focused on the needs of the kids. We have so many concerns, the special needs concerns, the building concerns, the curriculum concerns, the list goes on. You know, when I listened this evening to stories like the one I heard from Shelley and from Alyssa about their special needs journey with their kids, my heart breaks for them. It's not an easy journey for parents. So I just want to urge the board to stay focused on the kids. You know, I don't want to focus on hot mic moments. I'm saddened by that conversation, you know, hearing these comments. It's just a distraction from the kids. So can we please focus on the kids? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lorelei O'Hagan. Actually, while you're looking for Lorelei, Janet, I see your hand is up. Maybe we could bring Janet up. Janet McMahon, who we missed you earlier. Go ahead, Janet.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I was busy for a little bit and then I just got out of my meeting. So I just wanted to address the members of the Board of Education tonight because I wanted to urge you to vote yes on the motion to censure Mr. Scher. Everyone is entitled to make mistakes, but the profanity uttered by Mr. Scher on the Zoom mic on February 20th was neither a mistake nor a one-off. Over the past 7 years, I've personally witnessed countless Board of Education meetings wherein Mr. Scher demonstrated aggressive, condescending, and toxic behavior toward other Board of Ed members, superintendents, and Havemeyer staff. Additionally, he has shamed, bullied, and attacked Greenwich Public School teachers, parents, and even students on social media. To add insult to injury, Mr. Scher continually refuses to apologize for his vulgar behavior and instead tries to minimize and excuse the incident away. As an elected official, this is unacceptable. He must be held to a higher standard, and he must be held accountable for his actions. Ignoring this latest incident will only give Mr. Scher a hall pass that he habitually enjoys. A censure is not only long overdue, but it is the only path forward so that the board can conduct its business in a productive and peaceful manner. Indeed, a public censure may give Mr. Scher pause the next time he disparages a member of the GPS community. Please vote yes to censure Mr. Scher and finally give him the accountability he so consistently evades. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Lorelei O'Hagan. If we were able to locate her. Lorelei, if you're on, could you raise your hand?
I do not see her.
Okay, we'll move on then. Our next speaker is Ryan Oka.
I do not have a Ryan Oka.
Okay, Ryan, if you're with us, could you raise your hand? Okay, not seeing any. Our next speaker is Laura Costin.
I do not have a Laura Costin.
Okay, Laura, if you're with us. Oh, I see a Badger 05. Can we see who that is? Oh, that's you, Laura, Wisconsin. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. In the interest of avoiding redundancy, others have already covered what I wish to speak about. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And our last speaker is Cara Philbin. And I hope I got that right.
I do not see a Cara.
If you're with us, could you raise your hand? Okay, well, not having a lot of luck there. All right, well, that is the end of our community comments. Thank you to everybody who spoke to the board. We're going to move on in our agenda to our superintendent's report. So Dr. Jones, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. I do have a couple of items tonight. First of all, since our last meeting, we have opened all of our elementary playgrounds, which is was very exciting for our staff and our children. We've also returned on Wednesdays now at our high school GHS, continuing to take those small steps towards the end of the year, getting more open and also doing that in a cautious way as we watch what's happening with COVID. We are starting to plan for the end of the year. I get a lot of questions and emails about what it's going to look like when we talk about graduation and moving up and all of these different celebrations. And it's still a little too early because, as a reminder, our guidance comes from the Connecticut Department of Health, epidemiologists, our local Department of Health, and Governor's executive order. So we expect that we will probably see lots of changes between now and June. I am very, very optimistic that we can be outside and have gatherings that we couldn't have at the end of last year. But again, it's going to be ongoing and we're watching literally every day. For the vaccine, just as a reminder, the vaccine is optional. So, you know, it can be a controversial topic. Each family really has to decide how they feel about the vaccine for their own child. It is not mandated. And again, we'll continue to share information for parents to make an educated decision on what they want to do for their family. And if you didn't hear the announcement within, I think it was the last 24 hours, the governor did move forward to April 1st for 16 and above. So that starts next week. And we are working behind the scenes to help parents understand if they want to get their child vaccinated, what are the various ways that they can do that. Obviously, it'll be through the VAM system as well. And we'll have more information about that in the coming days. We were working with Yale New Haven Health today on that issue. We also are working on summer school. There are several moving pieces to summer school. One of them is really watching what type of summer school. Is it going to be in person, which of course will have that option, which building does not have major work going on, so that it's a good summer school site. And we're working through all of those various issues right now. So in the coming weeks, you'll see information on summer school for those students who are recommended. Also, a very special thanks to North Mianus PTA, who hosted myself and Dan Watson joined to talk about the North Mianus work. We knew that they were probably going to be dialing in and watching tonight, and helping them understand that this is far beyond like the flood that we had at Cos Cob. This actually involves construction because of the ceiling, the plaster ceiling issue. And I'm not going to talk, I won't belabor you with that because I know it's later on in the agenda, but again, thanks to the PTA, and we're trying to be very transparent with families that once we got the decision that the entire lower floor must also have new ceilings, that we do not anticipate that we will be ready for September. We won't have the official timeline until we actually get the design work done, but it's a big project. And I think the last thing that I really have on here is just, I do just want to comment on PCG. With the committee that has 2 board members and 2 of our PTA representatives that meet with PCG, at least one of them got an anonymous email that kind of alerted us to some of the issues that were referenced in public comment tonight. And I want to assure the public, we absolutely followed that up with PCG and had a discussion just about what that, we don't even normally address anonymous emails, but we knew this was important. And I just want to reiterate, PCG is a firm that works nationally. And not only do they work nationally, they're also, right now, they were the firm that was selected to work in the state of Connecticut on the brand new IEP system that will roll out in Connecticut next year. And the audit component that was referenced in New Jersey is a totally different division than the division that actually does what we're doing with the audits. And they have worked in New Jersey for a very long time, and they are still working in New Jersey. So I just want the community to know we absolutely have followed that up. And there was a reference to a survey, and PCG put out a survey, and staff have had no access to that whatsoever. I have no idea, and neither does the committee. We have not seen any of that right now. And I know Karen Hirsch and Karen Kowalski will probably address that in their comments about where we are in the process right now for PCG. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to reports of officers, committees, and liaisons. So board members, if you want to raise your hand. All right, Mr. Kelly.
Hello, everybody. I got 2 things to talk about. Number 1 is on behalf of the negotiation committee, we had a wonderful meeting with Carol Sutton and the GEA. We talked over a bunch of things because, as we all know, it's been a very challenging time we've been going through, and we have to give lots of credit to our teachers for doing a great job, for our staff for off the charts behavior, for our community all coming together and working together and getting through what we did. I think everyone combined did a great job, and we all should be very happy about what we've done. The Board of Ed, we worked together on a heck of a lot of stuff that happened to us across the way, and we put a lot of hours in. So it was a good meeting, very productive. The negotiation committee listened to what the teachers had to say with Carol and her committee. It was good stuff. Next is the Cardinal Stadium. We had a visit from the tree warden recently, so we're working out some things with the tree warden, but we're moving forward. We're digging foundation for our bleachers. It doesn't look like we're going to make graduation for a complete project. Certainly there'll be considerable progress made when graduation's there. So hopefully we can look at at what's there and understand that we are moving in the right direction around graduation time. In our staff meeting on last Tuesday, Labor Day is our projected completion date. We plan or hope to plan on having a great opening of the first football game. We hope to rally the community, given that COVID's behind us and everyone could come out. And we'll put on a big event the day of our first home football game, where we can christen our new stadium and be proud of what we have there. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right, Ms. Hirsch.
I just wanted to address the Special Education Audit Steering Committee and say that we are now, PDC is in the process of analyzing all of the data that they have compiled, and will be starting to develop their report, which they plan to present to the board in late June. The steering committee has asked questions regarding action planning scenarios and will be returning to the board possibly in May to have a second discussion to work towards our action planning for once we receive the final report. Additionally, SEAC met this month. They have discussed different subcommittees and subcommittee work, as well as ideas for upcoming workshops.
All right, thank you. Ms. Olson. Megan, you're muted. I think you're still.
All right, sorry. I know I pulled up my dates on yeah, all right, here we are. So first, you heard nothing. So first, on Distinguished Teachers Award, very exciting. Many packets have come in. So first of all, thank you everybody who has gone ahead and nominated teachers. We really appreciate all the behind the scene work that goes into that. And we're really looking forward to the next step. In terms of dates, on April 21st, Wednesday, April 21st is when the 6 teachers will be announced. The 6 recipients of that award, and a date to keep in mind. Then the following evening, April 21st, the night after that at the board meeting, they would be then recognized, and the ceremony is scheduled for May 4th. So that's scheduled for May 4th. That award ceremony at Central Middle School at 4:30. So again, thank you to everybody who took part in that. Also, a few highlights and updates from the Greenwich Alliance. Just a reminder that the Reaching Out grant applications, they're due to the Alliance by tomorrow, March 26th. The grants allow teachers and educators to do so many amazing things, so please get those grants in. The deadline's been extended till tomorrow. Tuning into music lessons will end at the end of April, which is a month earlier than in previous years. This has been one-to-one lessons for 63 students over Skype. Which has used up the budget a little bit faster because it's one-on-one. This is the only instrumental music instruction for some of our students because of the COVID protocol restrictions. So that's been something else amazing that the Alliance has taken part in. The trivia challenge was a huge success. It raised over $50,000 for programs for Greenwich Public Schools, students, and teachers. So thank you to all who participated and supported. Thank you, of course, as usual, to Julie Fernandez. Hope I said it all right this time. Finally, the Developing Artists Grant Program is featured in the April edition of the Riverside OG Neighbors magazine. For 4 years, this Alliance grant has brought professional artists to our 3 middle schools to give students the experience working in a variety of art mediums. Again, thank you to Julie for all of her hard work and the entire Alliance for all these great things that they've been able to help provide our schools with. So thank you. Continue to support Greenwich Alliance, please.
All right, thank you, Megan. Ms. Stowe.
Just real fast, I wanted to update you that it'll be posted tomorrow, but we all can make it, thankfully, is that next Wednesday at 11 o'clock, we are having a budget committee meeting to just purely dive into the COVID expenses, which of course, you'll see that Sean is tracking quite closely, but of course we need to work on a plan on how we will luckily use the COVID funds that were being granted. And there are multiple, as we know, funding sources coming in. And so we want to go through that thoroughly. So that's something we will be discussing next Wednesday at 11. And then obviously we'll report to you at the next business meeting.
All right, thank you, Kathleen. Ms. Downey.
Just reporting on the high school entryway, the RFP to hire an architect was posted, I believe, on Monday. So the plan is that the next couple of weeks, architects can come in, make bids, and then the committee will select an architect to move ahead with the project. So the project is moving along.
Christina, just for scheduling purposes, the board will have to approve the architect. So once you know when the RFP responses are back and you have a timeline, let us know for agenda planning.
I will do so. My guess is it will not be in time for our April meeting. My guess is it'll probably be for May.
That's
best guess right now.
great. Thank you. All right, and just a quick chair update. Remind people we are in the throes of budget season, so the BET is hard at work. They are meeting for a public hearing on Monday night, March 29th at 7 p.m. And they're taking comments there. They're also taking email comments. Their work will continue. I believe April 1st is decision day. So they're marching towards that. After that, the budget will then go before the RTM at its May meeting. So board members at some point will come to you to ask you to help with the district and committee meetings. So just keep an eye out for that. That's probably a month or so away, but never too soon to remind you because it comes up fast. All right, with that, we are done with our monthly reports and we're going to move on in our agenda. So the next item is an action item. This is the replacement for the item that was postponed at the last meeting. Ms. Downey, is there a motion?
Peter, I actually have a point of order before Ms. Downey makes her motion.
Sure, go ahead.
You had mentioned earlier that you had received advice from the town attorney as well as from a CABE attorney. And I just wanted to point out, I don't know what that advice was, or whether it had looked at this particular issue, but my understanding under Robert's rules is that if this is the same material item in a meeting for which a motion was withdrawn on the issue, you cannot take up the same issue twice pursuant to section 38. And I don't know if that was dealt with, but I just raised that as a point of order.
Yeah, I have a different reading of Robert's rules. The item that was withdrawn was a question about the notice and proper notice at the last meeting. Therefore, we have properly noticed it. It's a new item at this meeting, and therefore we can take it up.
Okay, I just want to note for the record that obviously I have a slight disagreement with respect to the rules. I'm not sure what was advised to the board on this, but section 38 reads pretty clear to me.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Ms. Downey, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that as published in our agenda documents, I move that pursuant to board policy 9222, the board censure Peter Scher for his conduct during the February 18th, 2021 meeting when he was heard using offensive, inappropriate language and uttering a disparaging comment about a fellow board member. Censure is warranted as his behavior violates board policy 9271, the code of ethics. Specifically, the provisions that board members and superintendents recognize that clear and appropriate communications are key to the successful operation of the school district. Board members and superintendents will always carry out their respective roles with the highest levels of professionalism, honesty, and integrity. Board members and superintendents both recognize that they serve as part of an educational team with mutual respect, trust, civility, and regard for each other's respective roles and responsibilities. Board members and superintendents practice and promote ethical behavior in the boardroom as a model for all district employees.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. All right, Mr. Scher, I see your hand if you'd like to start the discussion.
No, I don't want to start the discussion. I'll like to hear from the other board members first, but I have a point of order. Who is presiding over this? Because Mr. Bernstein, I know we've all been advised by the town attorney that for reasons that the town attorney has well documented, you've been advised to recuse yourself because you have a conflict on this item.
So, Mr. Scher, to that point, the person you heard from is not the acting town attorney. That would be Barbara Schellenberg, who I spoke with earlier this evening, after the letter was sent to us at about 5 o'clock today, when this item has been out there for about 2 weeks. So I'll question that timing. We discussed that. There is no legal requirement for me to recuse myself. There's nothing in our policy. There's nothing in Connecticut state law. Until that would be formally shown to me, I do not believe that is so. If you'd like to appeal that, we can certainly have Ms. Stowe lead the discussion on this item. I'm fine with that.
No, I was just asking the question over who is presiding, and
I guess let me also add to that. This is unsolicited advice from one of the attorneys for the town, not the acting town attorney. And at this point, we still don't have a full explanation of how that came to be and why that was shared with us. But I'm fine turning it over to Ms. Stowe if she would like to call on people and call the question. That's fine.
No, I'm asking a simple question, Peter.
Okay.
All of us as board members, it appeared in my mailbox out of nowhere today. I don't know who solicited that. You'll have to figure that out. It appeared in my box today. I read it before this meeting. The advice of counsel to the board seemed to be pretty clear. I was not aware of this. I've never been aware of this ongoing dialogue that I guess you've been having with people. I just wanted to be clear in the proceedings here how it was going to be handled. The advice of counsel was, in their opinion, that you should recuse yourself. And I think I've just heard you say that you disagree with that advice and you'll continue to preside. Okay.
I don't need to preside. I'll be happy to turn it over to Ms. Stowe. I would note, Mr. Scheer, you did send a letter to the paper where you said the comment wasn't about me. So with that, Ms. Stowe, if you would take over
I don't even know what you're
the
talking
discussion.
about.
Well, if you'd like to speak, Mr. Scheer, you can speak. This is discussion. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Stowe to preside.
All right.
Okay. All right. Seeming that, it looks like Christina Downey's hand is up first. So Christina.
I'll just comment on, I don't really see that there's a conflict, but that's a true conflict, but whatever. My comments were simply this. I was distressed and disappointed by the insulting and derogatory profanity uttered by Mr. Scheer during the February 18th Board of Ed meeting. All elected public officials are held to high standards of conduct and are accountable if they do not adhere to those standards. This is particularly true for this board, due to our unique status overseeing thousands of young students and hundreds of teachers. In particular, we, the Board of Education and the Greenwich Public Schools, require appropriate behavior from our students and staff and acceptance of responsibility for failure to adhere to codes of conduct. We cannot be a credible oversight body, and we certainly aren't role models if we do not ourselves abide by those same norms.
Okay, it looks like Joe Kelly.
Thank you. My daughter came home from school a few weeks ago, and she was obviously bothered by something. And she didn't share it first, but at dinner time, we were talking about the occurrences of the day. And she stopped for a second and she asked, did one of the Board of Ed members say, and she used an abbreviated version of what Mr. Scheer had said. I was offended by the abbreviated version and said, please don't say that at the dinner table. I am very proud of the work we do at the Board of Ed. At that moment, I was not proud of the Board of Ed. There was a problem. If the kids at school, and she did say they're talking about this, if the kids at school think it's okay because us as role models are using language like that, well then, is it okay for a student to use that language to a teacher when that teacher is disciplining the students? Is it okay for an athlete to say those words to a coach when he's trying to help the kid, take him out of a game and replace him with a substitute? Is it okay? Is it okay for a child at home to say what was said by a person on the Board of Education? Is that okay? It's not okay. I support the censure, not because I hate Mr. Scheer. To be honest, I don't like him either. So it's not that. I'm on the same party, political party he's on. I've been a Republican for 40 years. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with his past performance. It has nothing to do with his opinions. A lot of his opinions I happen to agree with. It's not anything about that at all. It's only specifically about his use of that language, and he has to be censured as an example to the kids. This is the Board of Education. That's why I support the censure.
Ms. Kowalski.
Thank you. I'm disappointed and concerned that we're actually still having this conversation, and I think probably all of us feel that way. Mr. Scher apologized publicly in the paper. He said it was a mistake. He said it had nothing to do with a board issue or directed toward any board member. Mr. Scher is a board member that has been appearing publicly for 12 years. And this is the first, F-bomb moment dropped in a state of always on TV, always on the mic. And I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. This board has so many pressing issues that we need to discuss and handle. And I'm honestly troubled that this is all happening this way. We heard tonight multiple people who have heart-wrenching stories about what's happening in our school district, and the fact that we are dedicating an ounce of time to this versus the minutes and hours that we should be spending on the other issues is troubling to me. Personally, I think this is just not good board governance. We seem to be more concerned about the mistaken hot mic than anything else that is as before us. And most of us said at the last meeting when we adjourned this that they'd rather be dealing with board stuff. So why are we dealing with this way? Personally, I think this is a reflection on board leadership and a complicated history between members of the board. And in my opinion, this should have been handled by a phone call. And it wasn't. Instead, we've turned this into a public denigration. And for what reason? We're adults, and this feels a little personal and hypocritical than anything else. I think and my concern is that we're setting a precedent based on personal history, and that feels really uncomfortable. Second, I think this is, calling the kettle black and casting the first stone. How many of us have referred to another person or even a board member negatively, dropping a 4-letter word in reference to one another? The only difference is, first, we weren't on a hot mic, and second of all, he wasn't directed at a particular board member. It was a mistake, and mistakes happen. And we teach our children that mistakes happen and to move on. Sure. Thirdly, I'm just not sure what effect we're intending here tonight. And my concern is that we've singled out this one incident to make some kind of statement. And to that point, I think we need to be, as a board, very careful because this borders on silencing of free speech. Look, you may not like the speech. I get it. And there may be a better place for it. I get that too. But this is free speech. He didn't say he was going to kill someone. He wasn't inciting a riot. He didn't put pictures of people's heads on wanted ads throughout town, which has been happened before, and no one challenged those, and no one found those offensive. Censoring someone, or whatever is intended the consequence here, dabbles very closely to the line of censoring free speech, and I'm just not going to be a part of that. Such conduct potentially brings liability on this board, both as a board and independently. And I don't want any part of prohibiting free speech, and certainly not the speech of a non-paid volunteer that has been elected 3 times over to this board. And most certainly not over an accident on a hot mic issue for which he apologized for. If you think that we should be doing this because the conduct was unbecoming and against our school norms, which I've heard, then I think we as a board better sit back and take reflection and stop being so selective. Last February, actually 2 Februaries now ago, February of 2020, we all sat here on panel as our community was throwing publicly ad hominem attacks over to each other over the turf versus grass fields incidents. And the parents were screaming at each other, and not one of us said anything to stop that conduct. I was embarrassed by that conduct. It was a mistake on my part, as well as all of ours, to not have said anything about the conduct where parents were attacking each other personally over a discussion versus turf fields versus grass fields. Where were the norms that night? And what were the lessons we were teaching our kids that night? So let's be real careful that this is not a selective attack, because this feels a lot less about the actual conduct, but more about the person saying the words. And that too, I want no part of. Look, I think this could have been handled much better. We should not be discussing it this way, as I've mentioned before. The board should be spending time on the matters that need discussion. The achievement gap, our special ed, the parents that told their heartfelt stories tonight. That's where our attention needs to be. And I'm done talking about this issue.
Ms. Olson?
Sure. So Mr. Chair and I actually have had a collegial rapport in discussing GPS issues offline. But with regard to the hot mic moment, it doesn't align to the norms of the Greenwich Public Schools or what we should expect from our public officials. Now, I believe everybody makes mistakes, but the key is whether we learn from them and evolve from them, whether we own up to them, whether we admit them. Saying it's a mistake and saying, I apologize, I don't have more time for this subject, which is what Mr. Scher wrote in the newspaper, is not a sincere apology. In fact, it's not an apology at all. It's saying, I'm sorry, I don't have time to apologize. So, you know, children are listening to these calls. We are an example. We should be held to high standards as elected officials. Students have been suspended for cursing, for using the F word, less than what was said on that call. I know students that have been suspended for this. Feel free to take it up with me offline. I'll tell you all about it. So we are holding our students to a different standard than we are the elected officials, and that's not okay. Since Mr. Scher seems to be doubling down rather than actually apologizing for this, I don't see any other option than to vote for censure.
Ms. Hirsch?
Much like Megan, I've had a collegial relationship with Mr. Scher for many years, but I really was disappointed to hear the disparaging remark during our meeting on Thursday, February 18th. We are a policy-governed board, and as board members, we have ethical duties and responsibilities related to our public office towards one another as board members, staff, and the public. As the longest-standing board member, Mr. Scher should be familiar with those policies, including Policy 9271, our Code of Ethics. We have a code of ethics for our staff. We have policies on expected student conduct and policies on meeting conduct for those who wish to address the board, as well as our own code of ethics. And we're expected to practice and promote ethical behavior in the boardroom as a model for all district employees and our students. Conduct like this does distract us from our responsibilities of focusing on the needs of our students and does not represent the behavior we want to model for students or staff or other members of our community. I'm not sure why some are suggesting this is about character or that we are turning this into more than it needs to be. It is simply a response to a moment that happened. And again, much I believe like Ms. Olson said, it is, we all make mistakes, but when we make them, we apologize. I have yet to actually hear that. And I was very disappointed in that as well. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate everyone joining us tonight. Like many of us, I would like to move on from this unfortunate incident. I'd prefer not to spend our time on this issue, and it would have been better for all of us if you had simply apologized promptly. That's the minimum we would expect of any of our students, and we should expect nothing less from our leaders. Therefore, I would like to, seeing no other hands. Oh, Peter, sorry. Proceed, Peter. Mr. Chair.
I guess now it's my turn. While I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, I think there's a little history that winds up mattering. But first, let me get a little housekeeping done. To my constituents, those people who elected me, those who didn't elect me, those people who I'm representing. I've already addressed this publicly, but I'm sorry I didn't manage my Zoom microphone effectively, and that you may have overheard what I've clearly said was private comments about a private matter. The reason board members don't know that is in the prior 30 days, other than Mrs. Kowalski, no one on the board has contacted me, reached out to me, asked me about this issue. They've expressed no concern to me directly. You seem to express a lot of concern in the press, but they haven't expressed it to me directly. So I'll repeat what I said before in a statement. It was a regrettable mistake. I think it's really important for people to actually recognize mistakes, learn from them, and move on. That's what we've been trying to do in our school system for a long time. If you're a GPS staff person and you're similarly offended, the same applies to you. As I've said before, if you're a student, please listen to me carefully. I realize profanity has become a part of your daily life, and it's something that's everywhere. It's in art, popular music, literature, film, television. It has become pervasive in our society today that you as students are being raised in. And contrary to the comments of my colleagues on the board, and I don't know why they don't know this, I know profanity is actually extensively used in texts and assignments actually being delivered in 10th grade English at Greenwich High School. An important question for us as a board is, how does that happen? But that's a separate matter. Regardless, as I've said to students, there are better and more effective words. Use those instead. Now I want to address the 6 of you on the board. We have some really serious issues: classrooms collapsing, students displaced, huge losses in learning, serious student mental health problems, genuine, real anxiety among our 1,300 employees, toxic school environments that have dragged on for nearly a decade, a broken special education system, and a yawning achievement gap. I've had the benefit of serving with some incredible public service giants like Lauren Rabin, Leslie Moriarty, Peter Von Braun, and Laura Erickson. I know that with them, I've cherished my role on the board as the steward of our community schools, and they would never have let the board and board power be used on this type of stunt. And I believe it's a stunt. So let's have a moment of truth and honesty. Every single one of you have used profane words in conversations with me many times. I was disappointed to hear Mr. Kelly bring his family into it. But if we're being honest, a couple board members here know that the use of profanity is so pervasive in their households that their actual children are using them in school regularly. I will say what I said a moment ago. You're trying to censure me for words that GPS actually teaches in our classrooms. And I know you know this because it's been circulated to you in a note. So I would suggest we all climb down from those very high horses that we seem to be on and have a serious discussion. Look, I understand that the 6 of you are angry. This isn't new. You have been for a long time. I understand you don't like the probing questions that I ask of Superintendents Jones and administration. I have great frustration that they never get answered. I understand you don't like the questions about student learning and achievement gap, or mismanagement of budgets, or questions about unauthorized teaching of ideologies in school. I understand you don't like my relentlessly pushing on things like why we weren't having any online education for our students last year. I know all of you. I understand you don't like me ever having these opposing views. Many of you have verbalized that to me. I realize that you would like to prevent me from asking these questions and expressing a different view. I get it. I also understand that for some of you, there is a deep personal and political background to all this. I've worked very hard to keep that away from the board. I understand, as an example, Ms. Stowe, Mr. Kelly, and others are really angry about my active and public support of the Republican opponent to a board member in the Connecticut state representative race. Mr. Kelly's made that point exceptionally clear. And he's said on numerous occasions that my supporting another candidate was unethical. So I understand that this is a much bigger issue than my mistake of someone overhearing my own words on a private matter, which I've explained publicly. Unfortunately, I can't help it if none of you are going to ask any questions. You're going to automatically assume what it's about, which is what many of you have stated today, and you haven't even asked me about it. The fact that not Mr. Kelly, Mr. Bernstein, Ms. Olson, now Ms. Downey making this motion, or any officer of the BOA ever contacted me about this, confirms what I think everybody needs to know what this is about. And this is the really understand that this is a much bigger issue than my mistake of someone overhearing my own words on a private matter, which I've explained publicly. Unfortunately, I can't help it if none of you are going to ask any questions. You're going to automatically assume what it's about, which is what many of you have stated today, and you haven't even asked me about it. The fact that not Mr. Kelly, Mr. Bernstein, Ms. Olson, now Ms. Downey making this motion, or any officer of the BOA ever contacted me about this, confirms what I think everybody needs to know what this is about. And this is the really troubling part. This is about using the power of this board, which is an agent of the state of Connecticut, to try to chill my speech and wind up denying me my civil rights. And that's a very dangerous place for the board to be. Now, I've been here before, past this prologue. As is well reported, I've been sued by Mr. Bernstein previously. The pattern is oddly similar to right now. Last time, a lawsuit was launched, press hysteria was created, and then an attempt to quickly withdraw the lawsuit, trying to deny people who my reputation had been besmirched and two other people's reputation had been besmirched, to essentially prevent us from getting our day in court and recovering our reputation from the specious charge. Fortunately, there was an impartial referee called a judge, and he said, no way. And he ruled at the time, the court does not find the defendant's conduct disruptive or harassing, as Mr. Bernstein has alleged. He's essentially admonished for bringing a case that tried to censure free speech. Yet here we are again, essentially having the conversation. In this situation, it's even worse. Okay, the town attorney actually told all of us.
Hey,
quote,
Peter, I'm sorry, but you're 10 minutes into this and I really do want to move on. So can you wind it up?
Kathleen, I'm going to finish my statement.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to let you know that you're 10 minutes into it. So thank you.
I understand that. Quote, on March 11th, 2021, the law department was contacted by Greenwich time about the censure of Peter Scher at a meeting of the board that was to be held that same day. We were advised of this action. The town attorney advised of this action by the media, notwithstanding the fact that the agenda item did not specifically reflect a censure. This means someone on this board who had not even bothered to notify me that they wanted to censure was already out talking in the press. I don't know who that was. I think we'll get to the bottom of who that was. I could guess who that was, but I don't know who it is. So I think these situations, I've historically handled these quite differently. When I happened to be the board chair and there was an incident with who is now the chairman, believe and berated Irene Parisi to the point that she was almost in tears. And the Democratic caucus called for him to be disciplined. My approach was different. Speak immediately, directly, and personally, which I did with Peter. And he raised his concerns. He explained himself. And we moved on from the issue. And I don't think he ever repeated his behavior. He said it was a mistake and it was regrettable. Contrast with what we're doing now. I've been living with this for a month, whipping up the press, whipping up supporters, ambushing people with censure motions, never speaking to me. So I think it's fair to say I have a little bit different view of leadership and how the six of you should address this.
Thank you, Peter. Please, can we really wrap it up? It's 12.
Yes,
we have so much
Kathleen.
to go in this meeting, and I see Joe's hand up, but please
Kathleen.
wrap
I'm
it up.
trying to call the question, so I'd like to call the question.
Mr. Kelly, are you going to cut off my speech?
Mr. Kelly, would you like to respond?
Are
Or
you
just wanna
trying
call
to
the
cut
question?
off my speech, Mr. Kelly?
Oh, I was called on, so my hand was raised and I was called on.
Look,
And my hand was
so
raised to
Can
call the
we,
question.
Peter, all right, please, can you please finish?
I will finish, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Okay, look. So you guys can go ahead and do what you do. Okay, you can finish this political stunt, which is what it is. I think you've been advised by the town attorney the risk that you're in. I would rather you do not force my hand to the next step. Board members can't so brazenly use state-given authority to besmirch someone's reputation and then deprive them of the civil rights without accountability. So I think I've made clear there are a number of defects in this situation as you've laid it out. You're exposing yourselves and others to penalty. I would encourage you not to do that. I've said what I've said on this matter, and you can believe it or not. It doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't change the facts. I wish this hadn't happened, of course, and I've said that repeatedly. The most disappointing part is the kids and parents of Greenwich desperately need serious people to work on serious problems. And it's time to get real and get on with the task at hand. So do what you're going to do, and then we'll have to deal with the consequences that come with that.
Ms. Stowe, I don't actually have a raise the hand.
Oh,
feature.
because you're a chair. Okay.
Yes,
Did you want to say anything, Peter, Mr. Bernstein? or
Yeah,
no?
just very quickly, I think the less said, the better. This has never been personal. This issue is about behavior at a meeting. Just very, very clearly, we have a code of ethics that we all must follow. You know, I said this to Mr. Scher the first time we met after I was elected to my first term. We probably agree on more than we disagree about. This is not personal, though. I do regret the fact that you've tried to make it so. You know, at the end of the day, a real apology actually would have gone a long way here, Peter. It's not on us to call you. It's on you to call us. On behalf of myself, I've never heard an apology from you. What you wrote in the paper is not an apology. The community can come to its own conclusion on that. But this is about your behavior at a meeting. We hold our students to a certain standard. You know, the standard when we have an expulsion hearing is whether the behavior violates a publicized policy of the schools or is disruptive to the educational process. You have violated our code of conduct. You disrupted the board meeting with your language. And at the end of the day, we should be held accountable to that higher standard. We should set the example. I am aware of the time this is taking. I regret that we are not focusing on students right now. But the fact of the matter is we need to tell the community that we're serious about this, that we do want to hold ourselves and our students to a certain standard. You can smile and smirk all you want, Mr. Scher, but at the end of the day, good governance is about being held accountable. And I'll stop there and I'll call the question.
Yes, it's 8:59, so let's go. All right, I'm just going to do it on the order of my screen because frankly, it's simpler. Karen Hirsch.
Yes.
Megan Olson.
Yes.
Peter Bernstein,
Yes.
Karen Kowalski,
No.
Joe Kelly,
Yes.
Peter Scherer,
I'm not voting. It's not appropriate for me to vote.
great, Christina Downey,
Yes.
and Kathleen Stowe, yes. So 6-1-1. Thank you. Peter, I turn the meeting, Bernstein, back over to you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our discussion items. The first discussion item is the school calendar, attempting to set the last day of school and graduation date. Dr. Jones, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bernstein. The calendar that is posted tonight has the last day of school for students, which does include the 2 snow days that we had on June 22nd. The one unique feature is that we do have a save the date graduation, but it's 2 dates this year instead of 1, simply because we don't know what type of graduation it will be. And if we end up, for instance, if the gathering size is by house, it would take us 2 full days to get through all of our houses. So we have set aside 21st and 22nd, and we will continue to, refine that as the governor changes executive orders and we watch what's happening in Connecticut.
So I guess, Dr. Jones, I just want to make sure everybody understands these dates are still subject to change pending our voting, which will likely happen at our April meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any discussion? No questions. Wow. Okay. So we will take this up at our April meeting, locking in the dates. Hopefully, the closer we get to the end of the year, the more certainty we'll have about events. I know that the students, especially our seniors, are quite interested. So we'll get there. All right. Next up is our math textbook recommendations. This is a first read. So Dr. Carabillo, Mr. D'Amico, turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Bernstein, Board of Education members, Dr. Jones, cabinet members, and community participants. Tonight, we are pleased to present our recommendation for new textbooks to support our K-8 math program. Our current textbook, Math in Focus, was adopted in 2013. Although it is generally aligned to the Common Core Mathematics standards, supplementary resources for standards in some grades are necessary. The digital component of the textbook is no longer available. The resources are limited. There was a need to explore math textbooks with a greater variety of resources to meet the needs of all Greenwich students. This year, a K-8 math textbook review committee was convened and charged with evaluating math textbooks and recommending one for adoption. The committee was composed of teachers, parents, building administrators, and central office administrators. The committee was charged with identifying and evaluating math textbooks, recommending one that was closely aligned to the Connecticut core math standards, supports our math curriculum, and provides a variety of resources for teachers, students, and parents. We are recommending the adoption of the Big Ideas Math program. Tonight's presentation will include a video overview of the program and resources, statements from elementary and middle school teachers, and a parent statement. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Carabillo.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. D'Amico and I want to thank our textbook committee and our team for all of their time and the thoughtful questions and comments they posed throughout the process. We also want to commend and thank Mrs. Saval for her leadership and the many years of collaborative work as our district STEM coordinator. We wish her great adventures as she looks forward to her retirement. We also want to thank Dr. Todd White, one of our thought partners and consultants, for facilitating the math textbook committee and for his creative development of the narrated video, which we will discuss, in which will be discussed the process and criteria used for selection of the Big Ideas program, key features for students, accessibility, and parent and teacher resources, including examples. After the video, Mrs. Savali will discuss the professional learning support plan for implementation. Mr. Antonucci, if you could start the video, please.
In the fall of 2020, the district began the K-8 mathematics textbook adoption process. Between October and February, the Textbook Review Committee met 11 times to review various programs and texts. Beginning in January, we collected input from both teachers and students. In February, the committee then narrowed the choices down to the top 3, with 2 coming out as the clear favorites. Finally, at our last meeting in March, we made the recommendation and sent it to the superintendent. The committee membership included a wide variety of stakeholders representing various perspectives. The textbooks and programs reviewed were based on varying philosophical beliefs about mathematics instruction. The programs offer differing approaches and represent some of the strongest programs on the market today. Tonight, the committee is recommending Big Ideas Math. The program is multifaceted and has many features that meet the unique needs of our community. The criteria used by the committee to assess each program was extensive. In addition to the large categories of concepts of literacy, critical thinking, acquisition of basic concepts, learner engagement, 21st century skills, digital learning, parent resources, and supplemental resources, the committee also rated each program on 18 other criteria. In short, Big Ideas was the only textbook to address all of the criteria, thus making it the top choice almost unanimously on the committee. The committee talked extensively about lessons learned from prior adoptions. We wanted to make sure that all materials were ready to go at the start of the adoption period. We also wanted to make sure that there was a strong and logical scope and sequence to follow, and that all materials would be included. Finally, we were looking for strong partners in professional development who were willing to commit to being there with us at every step of the way as we began implementation. Why Big Ideas Math? Well, there's a clear progression of learning from kindergarten through 8th grade. There's a balance of conceptual understanding along with procedural fluency that we know our students need. The materials are there to allow teachers to easily differentiate and even supports for our students learning English. There are built-in assessments and reporting systems, and that all-important consultant support is built in as well. One interesting feature is called Lori's Notes. It embeds professional development throughout the book. We'll see more of Lori's Notes in a few minutes. The program is loaded with features to support students, parents, and teachers. Let's take a look at some of the key features. First, everything is in one place. No more hunting for resources. Teachers can access all materials at any level, giving them greater flexibility to meet the needs of students. It is designed to accommodate the accelerated students' transition from elementary to middle school and provides a pathway of learning into Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 for students needing additional challenges in middle school. There are academic vocabulary and support materials for students and parents in 14 different languages. And there's easy integration into and supports for our RTI students. Big Ideas was built on a foundation of strong educational research that employs pedagogical moves that have been shown to increase achievement. That we've mentioned before, the pathway for middle school is both extensive and flexible, but most importantly, ready to go. Centers are provided for the elementary classrooms, and all resources are editable so that teachers can adjust them for the students who are sitting in front of them. Big Ideas was developed by math teachers in partnership with National Geographic. That partnership focuses on the application of mathematics in the real world. Another key feature is the homework app. Students can download homework and then make use of the precious minutes waiting for dance class or soccer practice to begin by completing some homework. Then, when Wi-Fi is available, they just upload the homework. Big Ideas works on various technological platforms. It also addresses a variety of learning modes with songs and video games. Let's take a look. I do have to warn you though, you may leave tonight's meeting singing Fish Crackers.
I got fish crackers, 1, 2, 3. Fish crackers and they're all for me. I got fish crackers, 4, 5, 6. Fish crackers in the mix. I got fish crackers, 7, 8, 9. Fish crackers and they're all mine. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do it again.
Choose 1 or 2 players, then press Start. Flip a card. Find the asteroid with the area of the polygon. Clear all the asteroids to complete the game. That's it.
How does Big Ideas reach all of Greenwich students? Well, there's a place for both reteaching and enrichment and extension. We see materials designed for English language learners. We also see materials that are representative of all of our students. There's QR codes for remediation needs for both students and to help parents, and those are in both English and Spanish. There's a Dig Deeper section for the enrichment needs of students. And we cannot forget about our special education students and our students in response to intervention, or RTI. There are resources for them as well. Here we see an example from a middle school book that is written in Spanish and designed to support an English language learner.
Being at an active volcano is amazing.
Living in a tent in the Arctic following a family of wolves.
You're down at 2,000 meters below the surface.
So we travel on these small canoes.
What a biologist tries to do is understand life.
I am a biologist and also I am a scientific illustrator.
I'm a large carnivore ecologist.
I'm a conservationist. I am a deep sea ecologist.
I'm an archaeologist.
Geothermal scientist.
Professor of engineering.
Astronomer. Nuclear engineer.
Doctoral candidate at Howard University.
Assistant professor of wildlife ecology.
Marine biologist.
Limnologist. Cultural anthropologist.
Visual storyteller. Graduate student at Cornell University.
Photographer.
Astrophysicist.
A chef.
Geologist.
Co-director of the UC Santa Cruz Paleogenomics Lab.
Anthropologist.
A volcanologist.
Biologist.
I'm a bioarchaeologist. I'm a National Geographic explorer and I love math.
The parent voice was represented very well on the committee, and the committee listened. In Big Ideas, you can find parent resources available in 14 different languages. They're also available in both digital and print format. Another key feature is that evening tutoring hours are available from Big Ideas. And, as we're going to see in just a minute, there are reteach lessons available with QR codes so that parents can see a video of how things were taught in class as a way of assisting their child with homework. Let's take a look.
How many counters are there in all? Each group has the same number of counters, so they are equal groups. You can model the equal groups with a tape diagram. There are 3 equal groups of 8. To find how many counters there are in all, you can write a repeated addition equation. An equation is a mathematical sentence that uses an equal sign to show that 2 expressions are equal. There are 8 counters in each group. So, add 8 3 times. 8 plus 8 plus 8 equals 24. You can also write a multiplication equation. Use the multiplication symbol. Multiply the number of equal groups by the size of the equal groups to find the total number of counters. 3 times 8 equals 24. There are 24 counters in all.
Another key feature is the multi-language glossary. It highlights key mathematical terms with definitions in multiple languages. As mentioned before, big idea materials are editable so that teachers can put their unique personality on the lessons and meet the needs of the students in front of them. The teacher voice was strong in the adoption process, and the committee considered teachers' needs in choosing Big Ideas. Big Ideas was written with math teachers, and the professional development is delivered by math teachers. There's a strong scope and sequence so teachers can follow the textbook and the materials as designed. There's a uniformity of materials used across the district so that there's no more patching together of resources. All of the resources are available in one place, and it shows them how and when to use them. And finally, what we kept hearing again and again from teachers was how teacher-friendly the lesson format and the materials are. Professional learning opportunities for teachers are essential for a successful implementation of the program. Big Ideas has multiple resources built into the program, including a video library. In addition, there are Lori's notes at the beginning and throughout each chapter from kindergarten through 8th grade that help teachers with high-impact strategies and unpacking the mathematics. In addition, there's an ongoing approach to professional learning. In May, our plan is to provide an introduction to teachers. Teachers will get their access codes, print materials, scope and sequence, assessments, dashboards, etc., and can begin unpacking and playing around with the materials. Over the summer, we'll offer an optional 2 days of professional learning on how to use the resources. In August, teachers will unpack the materials and plan for the 2021-2022 academic year. And for the first 2 years, every trimester, teachers will have the opportunity to engage in question and answer sessions and plan for upcoming units. Over the next several slides, we'll show you some examples of Lori's notes. Big Ideas takes a balanced approach to rigor. They understand that conceptual understanding is important, but also procedural skill and fluency are as well. Teachers will model the mathematics and then differentiate practice for kids, making strong content connections and assessing along the way in order to make instructional adjustments. Strong academic growth for students occurs when 5 strategies are used with purpose and focus. Those 5 strategies are direct instruction, spaced practice, feedback, teacher clarity, and classroom discussion, and all are built into all aspects of the Big Ideas program. Big Ideas offers a seamless program from kindergarten through Algebra 2 with opportunities for elementary school students to easily transition into math in the middle school and for acceleration in middle school. Big Ideas has chosen to comply with Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. The student platform will be compliant for implementation this fall. The teacher platform will be compliant by the fall of 2022. Compliance includes things like audio descriptions, captions, text color, contrast, and resizing options, assistive technology support through various web browsers. There are some exceptions, which include PDFs, multi-language glossary, and some of the math tools. But additionally, Big Ideas makes large print versions of student editions available as well. Big Ideas is used by a number of other Connecticut districts. You may be wondering why some of the other programs were not chosen. Well, some didn't even address the Connecticut core standards. Others, the interface was difficult to navigate for students and/or teachers. We found repeatedly that there was a lack of materials for either acceleration or remediation or both. Some programs were not even complete, and they could not guarantee a readiness for the fall of 2021. Others offered limited or no parent resources. Also, we were very concerned about the continuum for middle school acceleration, and multiple programs didn't offer anything. Language resources were limited in some. Some had no student portable, and in others, materials were only presented in one format, either print or digital, and we know that parents want both. So what can Big Ideas do for Greenwich Public School students? The vast array of resources will allow for a more tailored approach, especially with acceleration and remediation. Big Ideas is designed for conceptual understanding, but still promotes building procedural fluency. It allows for a more fluid transition between elementary and middle school, and that will allow for acceleration for students who need it. Materials are designed to support parents as well, and those parents are there helping their child. There are both digital and print versions. Homework help is available, as well as the homework app for added flexibility in our busy schedules. Additionally, by helping teachers and parents with the abundance of resources that meet individual students' needs, we are helping all of our students.
All right, Dr. Carabillo or Mr. D'Amico, is there anything you want to add to the presentation before we turn it over towards the board?
We have some teachers that have volunteered to just give a very short comment about why they chose the program, and also one of our parents. So it would be okay if they would speak.
Yeah, if you want to call on them in turn.
Mr. D'Amico?
I'm actually going to turn it over to Ms. Saval, who's going to run the lineup through for us.
She's muted.
Our first teacher is Mike Reed. He's a North Mianus teacher.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here. I feel very lucky to be chosen to be on this committee and support the district. Just a little background about me. I'm a second grade teacher at North Mianus School. I'm also a resident and a father of two daughters that go to Cascab School. So through my various jobs in the district as a math coach, an instructional coach, an assistant principal, and a teacher at multiple grade levels, I feel like I bring a unique perspective. I've also learned my lesson that following Todd White after he presents is always a hard thing to do. So I'll keep it short and sweet. But if you sort of look at it from a macro perspective, it provides us two things, the Big Ideas program. It provides adaptability and cohesion. So that would be the most simple way to think about it. What I mean by adaptability is specifically with our tiered supports, it provides a lot of opportunities for us to support all of our outliers, whether they be low or high. As well as its adaptability as far as virtual and in person. We know we live in this world where at the drop of a hat, we could go virtual. So we wouldn't even skip a beat if we chose this program. And then as far as cohesion, that's something that's been lacking for years, where everybody would really be on the same page from a class perspective to a grade level perspective, vertically K through 8, and family connections as well. And real world connections are embedded. I've had the opportunity to use the program with my class for the past few weeks, and It's been very accessible. I have special needs students, ELL students, so I've had a chance to try it out. And then from the micro perspective, I think the word that you would sort of hang on to would be comprehensive. It allows the students to explore, to think, to apply the skills that they've learned in novel situations. It has some nice SBA kind of formatting to the questions, even at the second grade level. So I think it sort of prepares the students in that regard. And, you know, as a parent, the homework help is awesome. As Todd had mentioned, there's a QR code that you can scan. So a parent at home could watch a little 4-minute video to say, oh, that's how they're teaching this. And, you know, they'd be able to support their children at home. So big proponent of the program. And I'd be happy to talk in more detail with anybody that would like to hear more of a take, but thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Mike. Our next speaker is Tammy Somerton. She's a teacher at Hamilton Avenue.
Good evening, Chairman Bernstein, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Jones, cabinet members, and the community. My name is Tammy Somerton, and I'm a proud teacher and a thankful mother of 4 very different learners in this innovative, diverse, and dynamic town. As a person with a personal and professional stakeholder in Greenwich, I'm speaking to you tonight in support of adopting the Big Ideas Mathematics program for kindergarten through 8th grade students. My investment in math is rooted deep here in Greenwich. I started my career as a math coach and continued on as an elementary educator who has been part of the Math Curriculum Enrichment Committee that has developed the current math assessments, standards-based playlist, and scope and sequence documents. I was also part of the groundbreaking personalized learning math pilot. Through it all, I've worked under some of the most esteemed consultants and professionals such as Todd White and Greg Tang. I was one of the humble teacher representatives on a committee tasked with presenting a math program to support the vertical alignment of the mathematics curriculum. I heard numerous presentations that offered quality, competitive, and comprehensive programs to support learners. Of all these presentations, I found the information shared during the Big Ideas presentation to be the most remarkable. While the presentation was impressive, I spent a good deal of time navigating the platform, manipulating the resources, and using some of the materials with my students to see the most important point: the program speaks for itself. Some standout highlights of the Big Idea program include a focus on self-assessment, real-time access to data, vertical alignment that includes accelerated pathways, live after-hours tutoring in grades 6 through 8, ELL multilingual support in 14 languages, cross-curricular connections, application of mathematics in the real world, focus on problem solving, embedded DOK level questions, RTI supports, QR code supports to strengthen the home-school partnership, and ethical and diverse representations of learners in the program. Of all these strengths I shared here, there are 2 that showcase the value of the Big Idea programs the most for me. First, what the Big Idea authors have done is addressed a need I have not seen tackled in any other program. They acknowledge that within the reteach, general education, and enrichment student population, there are also emerging, proficient, and advanced learners. Within these levels, they provide comprehensive resources to address all students' needs. As a teacher and a parent, this dialogue has danced around many a conversation, but often it was addressed as a best practice, certainly never provided as a staple to any mathematics program I've come across in my career. Second, feedback from an honest middle school math teacher who is currently using the Big Ideas math program in Darien, a similarly performing town, was invaluable. Her accolades of the Big Idea math program highlighted the use of real-time data as a tool to adjust instruction on the spot. She said the platform was inclusive and easy to use. Perhaps, though, most importantly, she feels as though she continues to see data that the program positively impacts student performance in mathematics, as evidenced from progress monitoring scores and increased scores on standardized tests. As you can see, the Big Ideas program is one of a kind. I wholeheartedly believe in the value of this program to accelerate mathematics instruction in this already remarkably achieving district. I believe this program is transformative, innovative, and exactly what the students, parents, educators, and community members need. to produce the future mathematicians of the world. Big Ideas exudes what Albert Einstein has always known. Education is not the learning of the facts, but the training of the mind to think. Please consider adopting the Big Ideas mathematics curriculum for the kindergarten through 8th grade students. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Now we're going to hear from Victoria Jukic. She is a middle school teacher at Central Middle School.
Hi, everybody. My name is Victoria Jukic. I am an 8th grade math teacher at Central Middle School. And since my first interview at Central, I have been the biggest proponent of Big Ideas. Big Ideas is the textbook used in Darien. And when I taught at Middlesex Middle School 3 years ago, I was able to work firsthand with this resource. Big Ideas allows students and teachers the opportunities to do the math online. The students are able to complete assignments assigned to them and submit them through the online platform. Big Ideas provides immediate feedback to the students, and teachers are also given a detailed breakdown of each question, which students struggled, who excelled, and everything in between. This data becomes something we as teachers can use to drive our instruction without having to give students additional assessments through Linkit or STAR. We get to understand the full picture of where our students stand with the content day by day, showing if we need to revisit something to clear up common misconceptions, or if they're ready to move on and dig deeper into a topic. Going with Big Ideas is the right decision for Greenwich. Allow your children and our students access to the best resource out there. Thank you, and I trust that you will see the benefits to making Big Ideas the textbook choice in our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Victoria. Our last speaker is a parent, Brian Peldunas.
Good evening, I'm Brian Peldunas. You might have seen me earlier tonight. And just for full disclosure, I was on the previous committee that selected Math in Focus, so I have a little bit of experience here. As a parent, I focused on 2 points. How would the new resource aid a student in learning the topic, and how would it allow parents to support the students? As a committee member and as the math club organizer, I obviously wanted to look at the content. So from a support point of view for the students, I think the digital resource will be easy to use, much easier than the previous resource, and it will provide additional resources for the different levels of our learners. The parent supports and language supports were good. The family letters, as noted, come in 14 languages, and with the access to the online tutors, I think that'll be exceptional, and that should also help both the students and the parents. While I found minor points to quibble with in the content, the presentation of the material was well organized and the word problems were clear and appropriate to the lessons, which I thought was very important. The digital format and the content appear strong and should support personalized learning and customized progressions, which we have talked about. As I noted in my PTA council comments, parents are very interested in having paper textbooks, not just digital textbooks or paper workbooks. I clarified this with Sheila this afternoon, thank you. The recommended series combines the textbooks with the workbooks to provide a paper version of the online resource, so you get both. This is a welcome resource to support students and parents and to bring consistency across the district. I'll close there. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to serve on the committee. I wholeheartedly support this, and I'd also like to say congratulations to Sheila.
All right, if that's it from the administrative team, and thank you to our teachers for staying up late. And I know some of you quite well personally, so appreciate you being here. I'd like to ask Ms. Hirsch and then Mr. Scherer, who both serve on the curriculum committee, to add their comments, and I'll turn it over to the other board members. So Ms. Hirsch, why don't you take it away?
Thank you. Well, first, a big thank you to Todd White for his presentation and ensuring that we got to hear fishy crackers, because I sing that in my sleep. But I wanted to say, having sat on this committee and having seen every single one of the presentations, Big Ideas clearly stood out as a front runner. It was the overwhelming majority of the committee members selected this as their first choice, and those who did not had it as their second choice. After discussions were narrowed down, many of those who had well, I should say the few who had it as their second choice moved it back up into their first. As you can see from the presentation, the textbooks show the lessons are engaging and they're student friendly with real world details. What you didn't see where they made it student friendly by talking about video, this video game versus that. It was something that could be very relatable to the students. It has incredible supports built in for staff, students, and parents with pacing guides with standards address. It's compatible with Google Classroom. It was aligned with the Connecticut standards. And as mentioned several times, it has skill review handbooks that are available in paper or downloadable for students who want to use materials on the go. There were family letters, which are an integral part of supporting students. Many of the lessons in the videos, the reteach videos that they talked about, were available both English and Spanish for our Spanish-speaking families as well. And it has an incredible support for everything from RTI all the way through advanced learners. If you could probably look, we had materials for high school level courses available to us as well. It's an incredible opportunity for us to provide our teachers with what they've been asking for a really long time. Each chapter at the start, it has incredible professional development for teachers. At the start of each chapter, there's video libraries. It talks about the information that the students needed to know to capture the information in the current lesson, and offers opportunities for them to give reteach to their students if the students don't have a full grasp of that knowledge. And again, as they mentioned before, there are embedded QR codes in the lessons for homework, easy access to support parents and students and teachers at home with tutorials in multiple languages, and good ELL support as well for students with special learning needs. Ultimately, this was created by teachers and has an incredible host of editable resources that includes assessments and enrichment for emerging proficient advanced students. And I have to just tell you that having seen many of the other presentations, which were a lot of those textbooks were very standard looking textbooks, just moved on to online. This was engaging. This allowed our students to really delve in deep. This is the perfect definition of personalized learning, where a student can really follow the path from start to finish if they want to learn more, if they want to go back and learn more about a subject or topic that they didn't know enough about, or they want to move ahead at their own pace. It's all built in and it has a lot of support. I just have to say I was highly impressed. I did have only one question. Well, I have probably more than one question, but for now, and I'm hoping that Dr. Carabillo and or Mr. D'Amico might speak to us just about what's included in the student enhanced resource packages and the teacher resource packages. As I know, in comparison to a lot of the other programs we looked at, this had so many things built in. They weren't just, surprise add-on costs. This had so much already built in, but I just didn't know what was built into the packages that were presented to us.
Mark, you want to address
So
that?
Karen, we do have an answer to that question. I had asked Sheila to follow up with our Big Ideas rep. So Sheila, can you report out on what you found?
Sheila, you're muted.
Sorry. In total, the K-5 resources, there are 45 different resources in the K-5 program for each level. 6-8, there are 47, and for the algebra, geometry, and algebra 2, there are 58. So in the dynamic student edition, which is the interactive student edition, there are virtual manipulatives, interactive explorations, digital examples, and the tutorial videos that were referenced earlier. So if you look at each homework assignment, and K2, they're called practice, 3, 5, and 6-8, they're called homework and practice. At the top of the homework sheet, just under where the student would put their name, there's a worked out example and then a little house with a QR code so that student and parent, before they start the assignment, can actually review what was taught in class. So that helps us solve the problem of the parent trying to figure out how it was taught in class and how to help their student. The presentation tool and the major resource for teachers, it's called the Dynamic Classroom. And it has Lori's notes, which were referenced earlier, and they contain professional learning for teachers. They contain the progressions, but more importantly, they contain leveraged instructional strategies that many of the teachers can choose from based on the needs of their class. They have the vocabulary and vocabulary applications at the beginning of the chapter. And they have question stems for whole group discussion and for small group interaction. So throughout the chapter, as each topic changes, a new set of Laurie's notes is there. They have extension activities. They have activities for kinesthetic learners. They have STEAM and art activities. So all different kinds of things where students can make the connections between math and apply it in other disciplines as well. They have language arts connections. So the resources are very rich, but most importantly, they are curated in such a way that the teacher can look at the topic, understand what the learning target is, communicate that to the student in the form of an I can statement. The learning target is also on the homework sheet. So the teacher, as they move through the unit, can easily use these resources because they are applicable to the particular activity or homework assignment. So in the dynamic classroom for teachers, they have the interactive explorations, digital examples, formative checks, and Victoria referenced that earlier. So the teacher can do a quick check of where her students are, get the data in real time, and immediately adjust instruction. Answer presentation tools, flip to dynamic teaching tools. This is also part of the homework assignment, so the teacher can personalize and customize an assignment for each student. Skills trainer, that is for enrichment and also remediation. So our intervention students would benefit from the resources and strategies in that area. Digital flashcards, STEAM videos, a game library, the glossary that we referred to, lesson plans, and also a whole section on differentiating the lesson, which Tammy did reference for emerging learners, proficient learners, and also advanced learners. Graphic organizers, pacing guides. The pacing guides are very detailed, very sequential, and really help support our current curriculum. And for the upper levels, they have a worked out solution keys, 3 to 8, and they also have math tool paper. So you have graphing paper, you have all sorts of different tools that kids would use in math that are all digital and also in print form. There are a number of assessment tools. There are technology resources, review handbooks. So by chapter, generally in most of the program, the format is similar, so it allows for an easy transition from the primary grades to the upper elementary, to the middle school, and then to the algebra, geometry, and algebra 2. So that's a family letter, warm-up activities, extra practice, reteach, enrichment and extension, puzzle time, assessment books, prerequisite skills practice. This is also on the student portal, so they list out the skills that are necessary for success in the chapter. Parents and students can go into those, do those activities, and also scan a QR code, and there is a worked out example and also a tutorial for student and parent.
And I just wanted to just double check. This does include, it was that they had offered us, I believe, was it 2 years of professional development for our staff already included in that? Okay, so that's fantastic. And the last one comment and a question I didn't mention before, for parents that wanted paper textbooks, there's things that can be downloaded right from the website as if it were, which is the exact copy that they would have if they don't want a big heavy textbook coming back and forth. The only question I have is, because I know there's so many incredible assessments built in, did we ever ask if that information could be transferred directly into Linkit or uploaded into Linkit from there?
Jen Lau has followed up with Big Ideas, and she has not noted any problems with technology at all.
Fantastic. Okay.
The other thing that's really important is, particularly for our primary students, teachers have told us that they really want the students to write and kind of lessen the amount of digital resources. During the time that we have support from Big Idea and we are in this program, students get a new consumable textbook every year. So students could either turn their homework in digitally, or they could write it out in the textbook and just turn the answer in, and the teacher could use the textbook similar to a math journal. Take a look at what the student work is. So there are many different ways to use the digital hard copy combination.
Thank you. That was incredibly incredible amount of detail. And I will turn the mic back to someone else. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sher, did you want to talk about it?
I'm going to I'm going to deal with a question that I still have that's open separately. But since we're in the comment as one of your representatives on the curriculum committee, this team worked really hard and very diligently to assess a whole series of options in the marketplace. As you can imagine, one of the questions is, because we had a problem before, we had acquired Math and Focus, but I think it was revealed based on the prior head of curriculum and development, it was not being followed and it was not being used. So I really want to compliment this team in trying to pick the most modern resource they could pick that meets the needs that they see in the classroom, particularly the teachers who are on the committee. And I believe they've actually selected the one that will bring all the most modern resources that we need. So I would strongly encourage the board to adopt this. There is, however, a secondary strategic issue that the board needs to deal with. You should be aware that the textbook is 100% aligned to the Common Core. And the Common Core standards are not our standards for performance for grades K through 8. So there's an issue that we have to deal with, but strictly in terms of a resource to acquire, this is the best resources of the ones they reviewed. They're enthusiastic about it. So when it comes time, I think we should just absolutely support it and acquire it. We do have to have a separate discussion about how it gets actually implemented. Anne and Mark, I know in some of the things that the committee reviewed, you guys had a discussion about progression and you were going to make some modifications. I didn't see those in slides here that came to the board, but maybe I missed it. Did you guys want to educate the board about what you're thinking as it relates to progression?
Peter, I can answer that question for you. Over the summer, what we're going to do, one of the things we did hear from the teachers loudly and clearly and repeatedly was that they were very uncomfortable skipping around the book as we had to do in Math and Focus.
Right.
Caused a lot of confusion, and that contributed to the fact that they don't use it. So what we are doing this summer is we're looking at the scope and sequence in Big Ideas, and we're looking at our current bundling of standards in our units, and we're going to rebundle them so that the textbook is aligned to our curriculum, and teachers can literally start at the beginning of the book and teach through to the end of the book. This way, we feel it makes it easier to use, it's clearer to use. I've also talked to Big Ideas about custom PD, and that will happen beginning May 12th for elementary teachers. We have multiple consultants so that there are no more than 30 teachers in a class, so that they will have an opportunity for intense question and answer. When the board approves this textbook, our teachers will have digital access the next day. So the idea here is to have multiple opportunities in both May and June for elementary and middle school teachers to get this professional learning before they have to go home, so that over the summer, they are able to navigate this and begin to do some planning. We have 2 days in August, in mid-August, and then we also have time for team planning at the beginning when teachers return. So we have purposely set opportunities for teachers so that they can not be confused and not be overwhelmed by these resources and understand how to navigate it, log in, customize, and do all the essential functions that they need to do.
Thanks, Sheila. That's really helpful. But I'm sorry, I was actually asking about progression. So through the continuum, did somebody want to address that?
Peter, could you clarify, are you looking at progression from grades 1 through 8 or K
No,
through 8?
what I'm saying is, and I've said this, we've talked about this many, many times, right? Our standard in Greenwich, the Common Core standard is pre-algebra by grade 8.
Yes.
Our standard in Greenwich is algebra by grade 8. It is one additional grade. So what I want board members to understand is when we buy a textbook that is aligned to the Common Core standard, it's going to teach in grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, all the way up to 8. But it's going to be teaching at the end of that progression in 8th grade, they're 1 year behind because our standard is 1 year forward. So you cannot go out in the marketplace based upon the textbooks that were reviewed and buy a textbook set that perfectly smooths the progression across grades K through 8 or 1 through 8 that matches our progression that we need to have it smooth for a student. That's why, and I've talked about this many times, we have speed bumps, if you will, for a student in our progression as they move through grades. This is why we have, and just listen to the terminology, 5 to 6, 5 to 6, jump or double jump. What that winds up meaning is a kid has jumped over content. Okay, can our kids handle it? Yes, there are kids who can handle it, clearly. And they wind up getting to our goal of algebra by grade 8. Also, our students who are in the ALP program are automatically accelerated at a very early age. So they have a very smooth progression to get themselves to algebra at the end of grade 8. The concern that I have, and I'm speaking to board members on this, is because we all know this is true. There are students in our system who are able to deal with these jumps. They can deal with these jumps because they're fortunate enough to live in households where parents can supplement. They can hire tutors for their students. They have access to accelerated learning outside the regular school year. But we also have lots of students who can't take advantage of that because of their financial resources, because of the choices their parents make, so on and so forth. My personal belief is that if our standard is algebra by grade 8, our baseline curriculum, not accelerated through ALP or something else, needs to provide a smooth progression to get the student to that place. The way that the administration has explained they deal with that is they try to personalize in an individual classroom, which you all know we've struggled with implementing that consistently. The curriculum team, like Sheila, makes sure that they provide resources that give teachers the opportunity to do that, which is a very important support. But in terms of implementation, our curriculum is not smoothed out. It winds up being short by 1 grade level, and that cascades through the system. And we have to also work and support the administration in changing the pedagogy in the classroom so that we can do that. This is about getting the right resources. So that's a prerequisite. We've got to get the right resources, and Big Ideas is substantially better in what our teachers need to support this kind of program. But it's our job as the board, which we've done. Our baseline standard is 75% of kids at algebra at grade 8. That's essentially saying that is the standard for our kids. And the Common Core is 1 grade behind that. So we need to be certain that we're implementing in Greenwich to get those kids at that 75. Now, I asked, and I'll end on this. I asked in a math review for the data to show how we're doing. And Sheila provided that. It was actually, I wish all other administrators were modeling what Sheila provided, because she provided it at a great level of granularity that was very insightful. And it allowed you to see exactly what was happening. And in some cases, we are very close to hitting that mark. I think, Sheila, in some cases, we are hitting that mark.
We are.
In other cases, we're very close to hitting that mark. But there are communities where we're off by a substantial amount, which means we're creating an achievement gap for some students. And I think it's really important as we bring these new tools in, make the investment, that we stay focused as a board in our role of that goal, and being certain that the administration is implementing so that we preserve all of that progress that has been made. I will just tell you personally, many of my kids have had Mike Reed as a math teacher. They've had many other unbelievable math teachers in the school system. They've all left. They were the beneficiaries of that progression that we had as a standard, which is a higher level standard than the Common Core. I would hate to see us inadvertently, and I know other board members have had that same benefit for their kids. We're stewards of a legacy. I always viewed my job that way. It's important that as we make this transition, we don't lose all that progress that's been made, unless the board wants to make a deliberate decision to revise the standard down to the Connecticut Common Core, which would put us with every other school district in Connecticut.
Peter, one important thing that probably we didn't emphasize enough in the presentation was the fact that every teacher has access to the K-12 program. So what we're going to be, as part of our curriculum work this summer, we're going to be able to address that, because every teacher will be able to have access to the resources that will allow them to fill those gaps. And that's something that Big Ideas offered that most of the other programs didn't. So that gives us tremendous flexibility in providing detailed resources to our teachers. They have access to all of the resources that the upper levels would have, the tests, the lesson plans, all of the differentiation resources. So we're going to be able to create those pathways. And that's what we were referring to in the presentation when we were talking about that transition to middle school and the acceleration pathway, because that was very much on our minds as well.
Sheila, if I could just follow up, because I want to make sure I heard that right. What you're saying is we'll still have the ability to get our kids to algebra by 8th grade because the teachers will have the resources in order to do that. And you're, as part of your build out of your action plan, you're going to take that into account.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Ms. Olson.
Yeah, so thank you so much. It looks really engaging. It looks really visually stimulating, which is important. It looks hands-on. I love the fact that there's songs in there. I'm a big believer in songs. I make my kids sing little jingles all the time, and not just to drive them nuts, but there's a huge correlation between putting a tune with information. I mean, whether you're learning a language or math is a language. there's a huge direct correlation between learning a language and putting a tune to it. It's like those nursery rhymes you can't get out of your head, right? That it sticks for a reason. There's a reason that Karen Hirsch was dancing along and been singing Fishy Crackers at home. So I think that's really beneficial. I think this has a lot to offer in terms of all the teacher resources. My only question or concern, a couple people had pointed out to me, in terms of the ed reports, it does look like it aligns, especially it aligns more in the younger grades, it seems like, to the Common Core standards. But if I look at ed reports in middle school, and especially even when we get to high school, like algebra, it says it does not align or does not align with Common Core standards. So I guess I feel like it's maybe more suited for the younger folks. I don't know if someone wants to speak on that in terms of it aligning to Common Core standards. It does not for algebra and a couple others.
The edition that we would adopt is the 2022 edition. And the ed reports comments were taken very seriously by the Big Ideas authors. And so when they were revising this edition, they looked at the comments that ed reports had made, and they made the necessary changes. So in the 2022 edition, they will be addressed. And that edition is up for review next January. And the elementary editions are up for review right now.
So even though it says does not align, like with Algebra 1, for instance, or that is in the process of changing, or that will change next year?
In the edition that we will adopt.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Downey.
Thank you. Math looks like a lot of fun with this program. I just had a question relating to the cost, because I see there was a link to the number of books, et cetera, what the total cost is. Do you feel that the number of textbooks, many parents want to have hard copies, right, of textbooks, or students need them versus the digital? And I know we're in a period of concern over too much digital time. Can you speak to what the volume of hard copies, do you feel comfortable with it in terms of what we're going to have in terms of our students' needs? Because obviously we're not buying one per student from the looks of the numbers, at least maybe not in the middle school, but yes, in the elementary.
We are buying one per student for K-5.
Okay.
They will have both digital and the consumable. And for 6-8, we are staying with the model that we have now, but with the understanding, if we have kids who want hardcover copies, we are able to provide. So in 6-8, we have, each teacher has a class set of hard copies, plus there are 10 extra copies that will go to the special ed resource rooms and also the media centers, so kids can sign those out.
Okay.
And if students request a hard copy, we can get that for them, because when I asked Big Ideas to build the proposal, I asked for our current enrollment plus 10%. So I'm confident we'll have the resources for students.
In terms of the consumable, which is, I guess, like what we'd call a workbook in the olden days, right, for the K-5s,
it's
right?
It's the textbook and hard copy, only you can write in it.
But so, okay, now how does it work on an annual basis in terms of the cost component of that?
It's included in the cost that they quoted. It's included for the entire 6 years that every student gets a new book when they go to the next grade.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Sheila. And thank you for all your hard work on this.
Ms. Stowe.
First of all, congratulations, Sheila. I didn't know you were leaving.
Kathleen, you're cutting out. Sorry.
Sorry, is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Yeah, sorry. This is when I use my 3 devices, this is not my best one. Apologize. Congratulations, Sheila, is what I was starting off with. And this was exciting. And I especially appreciated Brian Palagianis's comments about, I know he sent us a survey that he had done. And I think that was helpful, because as an elementary school parent, I do often hear about the desire for more, hardcore paper textbooks. And so it was nice to hear that that will be available for every student. Just following up on Christina's question, around costs, looking at the full quote, it's around 660, right? Which seems to be perfectly fall in line with our budget proposal, where I looked at the budget book and it was 650. But are you looking to buy this in this year? It sounded like you were, so you could start the professional development. So how are we bridging the gap on this being a next year's budget as opposed to buying it now?
It's next year's budget.
Okay.
The professional learning, $90,000 of professional learning is included in the purchase, so we can start the professional learning right away. Upon approval, Big Ideas has promised to grant us digital access of the books. So we will be able to have every teacher have digital access immediately. And then as soon as the budget opens for next year, we'll be able to purchase the materials.
Got it. Okay, so we'll have them for September because we can purchase it on July 1 then.
Yes, we will have them for September.
Got it. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Mrs. Kowalski.
Thanks, Mr. Bernstein. So I had just I guess a follow-up question regarding the Common Core standards versus getting to our 8th grade level that we have for algebra. So what I guess I'm confused on is if each year the teacher is teaching to the Common Core standard pursuant to the books in the materials, how do we ultimately meet our current goal of getting to that algebra level by 8th grade? Like, how is this working? Because if I look at this at 1st graders teaching the 1st grade Common Core, then we get to 2nd grade, we're teaching the 2nd grade Common Core. What is that natural progression so that our standard of algebra at 8th grade can still be achieved based upon the current structure of how the materials work to meeting Common Core by grade level?
We have an increasing number of students who are being provided with enrichment materials already in class. And because the teachers have access to the entire program, we can put together resources for those kids and document them within our curriculum. So the teachers just have to look at those. And the other feature of this program that allows us to accelerate kids before middle school, separate from ALP, is the fact that when they are exploring a standard, there are 3 levels of differentiation: the emerging, proficient, and the advanced. And there are activities and teaching strategies outlined. So as they're exploring the grade level standard, they can explore it in a deeper way. And the dig deeper is included in every homework and practice assignment and every activity. And that is an extension activity. So the kids are going to be exposed to them earlier. And because teachers have the progressions, they know what comes next and they can use what comes next for students who are ready for that.
So will every student be given the opportunity to have these deeper dives as they go forward? And how is it decided if they do the deeper dive or not? Is that a student choice when they're doing the homework and getting the assignment?
It's part of the homework.
Okay, so every student has that 3-level component that they're addressing in each of their assignments.
Much as we're doing in the 5th grade assessments right now, we have enrichment questions for students, and that helps the teacher use that data to understand which students need to be accelerated. But the beauty of this program is that the resources, activities, and homework is already written with those extensions in it. So every student has the opportunity to try it.
Okay, so I think this is my final question, Sam. So every teacher is teaching the materials beyond what the Common Core requires in the state of Connecticut. So we are not, forgive the phrase, dumbing down our program to fit a book.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
This will allow us to accelerate more students.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Scherer.
Sheila, could you just clarify what you just said and how that's going to get implemented? Because that's the thing I haven't understood. We're buying I mean, you said before, which is fine. We're going to buy, let's take second grade math, right? And we're going to, that is covering a certain number of Common Core standards in second grade. That's what the second grade math book is. It covers it aligns 100% to the standards of the Common Core in second grade, right? So obviously it lets a student within the year go a little faster or go a little slower. It lets them go a little deeper or a little more shallow. But I don't understand how it breaks out from second grade Common Core standards if a student's ready to accelerate into third grade Common Core standards. So how's that supposed to work?
That is work that we're doing this summer. You're absolutely correct. The book does not do that. But what we are doing is we are curating the resources and creating that pathway with this program so that in the fall, teachers will see what they have to cover to begin to accelerate students so that they can meet that progression to get into algebra by 8th grade. Meanwhile, minimizing the amount of material in the gap that we have now.
So I'm sorry, I'm not nearly as bright on this. I apologize. How is this set up so that, let's say Mike Reed is teaching 4th grade English, 4th grade math. When and how does he access 5th grade math to introduce that to his 4th grade students? How does that work?
One of the things that every math program has, not just this one, is our progressions. So we know what came before.
Right.
So 4th grade. So we know what came before in 3rd grade.
Right.
So when we remediate kids, we go back to that.
Right.
Because we know that they don't have those prerequisite skills.
Right.
In 4th grade, we're teaching a certain standard.
Right.
We know from the progressions what needs to happen in 5th grade. So at the time we're teaching that particular standard, we can reference the 5th grade material, and so can the teacher on that standard in 5th grade, that concept that ties in, and we can introduce it in 4th grade. That's work that we have to do as a curriculum committee. That wouldn't be included in any program.
I'd appreciate it if, I mean, we've talked about this probably sufficiently for this evening. I'd appreciate it if you guys, maybe nobody else is interested in it. Maybe we just do it in the curriculum committee. I don't know. I'd appreciate once you figure this out in April, May, and June, before we break for the summer, I'd like to get a very specific update, because I'm, as I say, I've said this 100 times already, or not 100 times. I've probably said it 10 times. We haven't talked about it enough to do 100. I'm really excited about this, and I encourage my board members to adopt this, even if it costs more money. It's just such a step up. So it's not about big ideas in the textbook. I just want to know more about how we're actually going to implement it, and go through that. I guess I had another question for you and Mark, and you don't need to answer it now. Maybe we can answer it when we take it up again. We did very well in Greenwich in mathematics, and our students did very well when we did in some elementary schools, for lack of a better term, team teaching, where most teachers, if I'm not wrong, coming out of teacher college, their primary, if you're in elementary, the core of what they learn is essentially what we would call English. It's reading, and because that's the core skill, reading and what have you. So it's understandable that a lot of elementary schools or elementary teachers, some are really math focused, some are less math focused. So at some point in some of these schools, what we had done as team teaching were people who were particularly skilled in math teaching, math instruction, would take kids for certain parts of the day and focus on mathematics with them. It's kind of what we have in ALP, And of course, we have a teacher who really focuses on math. We got another one or STEM, and we got another one that focuses really much on humanities. I'd like to talk to you guys about your thoughts on reintroducing that consistently in certain grades, or particularly in the elementary level, to since you'll be introducing a new textbook, it seems it's an opportunity to modify practice and accelerate kids. So I know you guys have been talking about that, but I hadn't heard where you were landing on that, where you were thinking about that, Mark. And Mark, in terms of a calendar for instruction, or if you just dropped the idea. And as I say, you don't need to answer it tonight. Maybe as you guys dig in and figure out how you're going to actually implement this to maximum effect for students, you could come back and share that with the board, or I'd just at least personally be really interested in understanding that from a curriculum committee view. But if the rest of the board's interested in too, I hope we would take it up.
We can certainly talk about it at length at the next meeting, but I will say in short, one of the things that will really be a game changer for us is if we do proceed with creating that super block next year that I spoke of at a previous meeting. If we can allow for humanities and a STEM block to occur for all of our students, then it would lend itself nicely to a departmentalization model in our upper grades.
All right, I'm not seeing any more hands. This will come back to us as an action item next month, so we'll have another opportunity to get questions answered. Next up is our strategic plan update. So Mr. Scher, why don't you take it away and tell us what your committee's been up to?
Yeah, there's not too much of an update. The last time I talked about this, I told you about the survey that we have been developing. Since that time, I think it was made clear that the full board wants to take it up in a regular board meeting and review that. We've met on the survey at least 6 times. I'm sorry, at least 5 times, probably 6. We have another meeting tomorrow. We're struggling to get that survey out of committee. I would like to get it out of committee unanimously. Without naming names, there's a board member who's, has considerable concerns and wants to adjust it and keeps adjusting it, and it's just taking us a long time. I hope that will all be resolved tomorrow. Anybody who wants to come to the meeting, I've said this a couple times. If you have time and you can come, and you're a board member particularly, and you can come to one of these meetings. I know it's just a meeting of the 3 of us, but I'm glad to take input from other board members on this subject. And then once we've got that completed, it can come before the board, and the board can then try to edit that or take it as it is. And then hopefully we can get in the field. Our original plan was to get in the field in February. That was the date in which we were not conflicting with any other surveys that are out there. For reasons I've just outlined, that hasn't happened. But hopefully we'll get out there so that the parent survey can be released and it is not conflicting with the regularly scheduled panorama survey that's out there. One other thing I wanted to just say about the survey, because there's a bit of confusion. You might be aware that we already survey parents and other stakeholders on a regular interval. We are working very hard, or I've pushed very hard to eliminate. The surveys are unimportant. What's important is the data, and what is really important is the insight that it provides. So to have a strategic conversation, we need to have information about what parents really think about the most important strategic questions that are before us. And we also need that from other stakeholders. We get a lot of the data we already need from surveys we already run on an annual or every other year basis. There's a lot of data already available. So the survey we're talking about is only to fill in those questions that are critical for the board to understand in discussing strategy that we don't know the answers to. I would also say I'm working very hard to not let that survey become the survey that resurveys people on a set of things that we already know, like we already regularly survey parents about communications. We don't need to do that again in the strategic survey. When we have all that, I expect that what we'll bring back to the board is a consolidated data set that is the information from this survey, plus all the other surveys that we already have within the district, so the board would have a complete view and be able to move on to discussions about real strategy and where we're going from here. One last thing as a reminder, the existing strategy, the existing measurement system, the existing targets, the existing goals are all in place until replaced by a new strategy. So it's really important that as board members, you go back and review all of the things that we're already living with. I've noticed in a couple cases, there's in board meetings and things we review, there's not familiarity with that. The same is true in the administrators. I've raised this with Tony a couple times. The administrators aren't familiar with what our strategic targets is and what the expectations are. We just need to recommit ourselves to that because that's what we voted in by a board vote 8-0 last June. So it was unanimous. And it's important that we continue to follow that. Otherwise, people are going to get very confused. The public is going to get confused. Our administrators are going to get confused. Our teachers are going to get confused. And just we as board members need to be leading consistently from what's out there. So my plea to board members is, if you aren't familiar with exactly what that is, please go back and find some time to reread it, become familiar. And if there are any questions, you can send them to us on the board, on the committee rather.
All right, thank you for the update, Peter. If people have questions or comments, they can raise their hands. I'm happy to hear you say you're trying to slim the survey down. I'm very concerned about survey fatigue, as well as just the timing of the survey. We're entering April in what has already been a extremely odd year. So I worry about that. You know, the other thing that looms large is basically there'll be a new board come November. So the longer this goes, the more I start thinking about whether we should be actually voting on a plan or basically packaging this up so that that board can then make any decision about changes going forward. So.
Yeah, Peter, that's a really good point. I've said many times, I don't, this will be my sixth board transition. And I've said many times, I don't like exiting boards and exiting board members from trying to push through things at the end. I know that many board members have pushed back on me on that. They've said, I'm here and I'm here through the end, so I'm going to do it. And it always rubbed with me. We will have to figure out, I think we can get ourselves to a place where we're at a logical, whether we complete or not, logical handoff to somebody else. We may be able to finish. It'll all depend on how quickly we can get this survey that has been tied up in committee way too long. I mean, people just have to do their work and move this thing forward. You know, there's enough of a time for discussion, and I try to be very accommodating on that discussion. But, you know, as I said earlier, after 5 or 6 meetings on this, it's like, and by the way, there's only 19 questions. So the fact that we're still can't get it out of committee after we're just trying to settle on 19 questions seems to me to be, we just need to double down our effort and get that closed. So hopefully it'll be there. We'll get the survey out. Then this board can have discussion about survey. The implementation of a strategy plan, at this stage, because of how this has been delayed, my own view is, and I'll have to see how it plays out because I've done these things many, many times in my corporate life, strategic plan development and moving to strategic plan execution. It may be that we can do the work and the execution part particularly should be left to the next board. So, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
Peter, just one more thing. I would implore your committee to please get your minutes up and posted. You may have them already,
Yeah.
and they just may not be there, but you've met 6 times since October. I know I've emailed you twice about it. I can't usually make your meetings. You guys are meeting during the day. It's a little harder for me, but it'd be great if the minutes could get posted.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. We'll obviously be taking this up again in the future when you guys are ready. So just let us know and we'll get you on the agenda. All right, with that, our next and last discussion item is just an informational budget transfer. I don't know, Sean, if you want to just give us a brief highlight about it.
Yeah, so informational transfer are ones that are transfers within the same major object code and do not require Board of Ed approval. There were two transfers within SIPL, again, within the same major object code. The one that I did get a question on was the SPED transfer for $25,000 from professional services other to medical consulting services. And that was for additional IEP related services for neuropsych and behavior evaluations. So just thought I'd pass that on. If no other questions, I'll move on to the next item.
You can't. We actually have a couple of action. I'll clue you in on the next item in a second. Just want to make sure. Does anybody have any questions on the budget transfer, the information only? And then we'll take another one up as an action item. All right, seeing no hands, we're going to move on to our first action item. It is the North Mianus interim appropriation request. Because this is an action item, I'm going to move it so that we can start our discussion. So I move that we approve the interim appropriation for the North Mianus school ceiling collapse in the amount of $8.1 million. Is there a second? Ms. Stowe, thank you. All right, Sean, now take it away.
Okay, thank you. Before I get into the numbers, I just want to give a brief update for anybody either on the board or online that is not totally familiar with what occurred back in February. So if you don't mind, I'll just quickly provide that overview. On Saturday, February 13th, 2021, an alarm was triggered due to water intrusion resulting from a ceiling collapse in a second floor elementary classroom at North Mianus Elementary School. Immediate response from the GPS Facilities Department and the Greenwich Fire Department simply stated a plaster ceiling collapsed on top of the sprinkler line, which in turn severed the line and caused a large flood and brought down the hung ceiling, both on the first and second floor. The ceilings were early 1900s construction using long nails going through the plaster into the structural beams. However, the sprinkler line and hung ceiling during their initial installation were only attached to the plaster itself. This issue was not visible as it was hidden by layers of insulation, and over time, through expansion and shrinkage due to temperature fluctuation, the nails eventually came down by the weight of the ceiling. The interim request will include the emergency remediation response, which includes swift water cleanup, dehumidification, environmental monitoring, removal of instructional items impacted by the flood, the shutting off of all water to the impacted areas, reestablishing fire suppression systems for the rest of the building, and other work necessary to ensure the building was safe for immediate demo and construction and remediation. The interim request also will cover demo and construction to replace faulty ceilings. storage containers to clean out impacted portions of the building, relocate by professional mover, 15 classrooms across the district, replacement of security cameras, transportation from February through June for dislocated students. And with regard to that, if we do go past June, with the construction, that transportation, we will most likely incur additional costs related to that. On to the financials. So as the motion was made, the total currently is at $8.1 million. I would portray it as a conservative number. And if I get into the details, with regard to the damaged areas, and this is in a chart in the package, the emergency response and the remediation and demo for the damaged area is estimated to cost $189,731. The rebuilding of the damaged areas on the first and second floor, $628,834. So the total of those two items related to the damaged areas, $818,565. In addition to the damaged areas, based on recommendations from the engineers, there would need to be some preventative work, demo on the first and second floor for areas that were considered unsafe, although were not damaged. On the second floor, $294,592. The demo on the first floor would be $332,551. So total demo for first and second, $627,143. And then finally, the big number, and it's a really high level number at this time, and it's based on rebuilding first and second floor based on a 16,000 square foot area for both floors at a cost of $312 per square foot. That number comes in at $5,013,840. So when you add all those numbers up, the total construction cost comes to $6,459,548. And given that it's a high level number and there's a lot of unknowns right now till we get the all the demo done and then the design, we've got 20% contingency in that number, and that brings the number up to $1,291,910 for a total of $7,751,458. That's the construction related cost. There are others. The biggest item in the other category, as I mentioned earlier, transportation from February through June. That's $307,367. Replacement of security cameras, $19,500, and there's about $18,000 of miscellaneous furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and then a small amount for staffing requirements at the 3 elementary schools where the displaced students are attending. So when you add all that up, it comes to $8,109,027. Of that number, and again, this is an estimate, the amount that would be anticipated for insurance coverage would be $1,176,000. It's not a firm number, but it's based on the recovery of the cost related to the damaged areas, and then the other costs such as transportation, camera replacements, and so on. But as far as the preventative work, the word that we have gotten from Megan over at the risk department is that the preventative work would not likely be covered. Take questions at this point, and Dan is here to answer any of the technical questions.
All right, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Sean, now the insurance company will certainly be looking for responsible parties if there are responsible parties, contractors who might have done poor work, because it sounds like there might have been some shoddy work done. Will we also be pursuing the non-covered responsibilities we have and look for a possible responsible party for poor work? Will we be looking for somebody to claim against?
I think we should certainly explore that, but I believe that the work done was sometime in the 90s. So I don't know if that a statute of limitations would come into play, but certainly worth asking that question. Absolutely.
Okay, I want to make sure that that certainly gets done. I don't want to, if we don't have to be responsible for this, I certainly want to go after somebody if they are. Thank you.
Sean, just to follow up on that's a conversation. I know you guys are working very, very closely with the town risk department and the town legal department. And I know they handle the claims with the insurance company. So I just want to make sure you're partnered up.
We are. I've spoken to Megan probably 5 times today and several times last week. So yes, we're in communication, and we are tracking all of the cost in a Google document that we provided to Megan similarly for previous situations. That worked very well.
I know you said it's a conservative number, and you'll know more obviously after design. I would presume we'd also have a better sense once an RFP goes out and we start getting responses. What's the time frame for that?
I would say once we have the design that we can go out for the RFP. I would hopefully say sometime in maybe we'd get an RFP response sometime in May. It's my guess, but Dan probably has a better view of that.
Yeah, we're not going to even have drawings for a bid package probably for another 6 to 8 weeks. So from there, we go out for bid.
So it's a much longer time frame to get the work started.
Absolutely. Well, we started the demolition work. We'll start that tomorrow for sure. They've mobilized and they're ready to go. But as far as the rebuild, that's a minimum 6 to 8 weeks away for the design. And then we'll have to go through the bidding stages and then award and then contract.
Thank you. Ms. Downey.
So that was going to kind of leads into my question about timetable, because one of the speakers earlier tonight made reference to the fact that it doesn't sound like we will have the school in shape for use in September. If you're really talking, 6 to 8 weeks for packets to go out, and then bids have to come in and contracts. So Tony, I don't know if you, since I guess it came up maybe at a PTA meeting, if you or Dan could just kind of talk through what the plan for where to house these students or what you're thinking, just because if it isn't going to be done for September.
Yeah, we wanted to be as transparent as we could with the families this morning, even though we don't have the design documents. So we don't anticipate we will have them with this timing and the size of the job. We're looking for an alternate location right now, and I think one of the misunderstandings that the community has is that they think we have a lot of empty rooms because we made it work. But what I shared, with the North Miami community this morning is I have about 2.5 pages of all the displaced teachers that we have in order to make space. Their colleagues around the district really bent over backwards to make space in their buildings. So we've got art on a cart. We've got, Coscob music on the stage. We have reading interventionists now sharing small spaces. Principals have given up their offices. We, don't have teacher workrooms. So, I mean, it's been a huge upheaval. And because we think this could be, quite a bit into the fall, we would rather have everybody together, not the whole building, but the displaced classrooms at one site. And that would also be very helpful for the principal and the assistant principal, because right now they're trying to mobilize around 4 different buildings to check on their staff. And even from a cultural, community standpoint. So we're working on that right now, trying to think about what is the best solution.
Dan, when they're doing the project, will any portion of the school be it seems like, is it the kind of thing because I know some of this building is usable right now, right? So there's a couple grades there. I'm not sure which, but then when we're doing the construction, does that take the whole building off the table, or are we going to be able to maybe do half the building to be able to get kids there? Or I don't, or maybe it's not possible.
What you have available right now is what you would have available in September. Basically the back half of the building, the whole front of the building from the media center on the left side of the building to the kindergarten classroom on the right side of the building, first and second floor, would be out of commission. The rest of the building would be available. We've made augmentation to the life safety systems, and we've got the approval of we have the approval now to occupy the building as we're occupying it. So it would remain the same.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Hirsch.
Thank you. I had a quick question. As I said, like Ms. Downey had said, tonight was the first time I think we've heard through public comment, at least, that the building might not be available to our students come September. So I'm just sort of wondering when we're going to hear a little bit more about what we might be doing to support the North Miami student and staff community to ensure that they're in one location come September. And I know when we had discussions on building projects with other schools about the safety and security of having students within the building while it is being renovated, and how we'll make sure that if we're taking ceilings down or things like that, hopefully it'll be done while students aren't there for air quality and other things. How we're going to ensure that,
We are using the building right now, and the team has built a complete wall, so it's closed off from the portion of the building that we're using now. So it won't be any different than what we're experiencing this year. So we'll have that space available. It's really securing an offsite space for the classrooms that we have displaced right now. And we have 15 classrooms. We would like to get closer to 18 so that our specialty space will be available as well. That's been a bit of a challenge, obviously, having speech travel and your reading interventionist. And so we're working again on that right now. We can't say a whole lot about what we're looking at, but as soon as we know, and we didn't know about the lower level until just, it wasn't a week or two ago when the engineers really came back and said, yes, they need to be repaired as well, the whole lower level.
So I assume we'll get an update on that when there's more to know. And I know you said that insurance is covering things like transportation and materials that have been destroyed. If we need to get another site to do any of the work, will insurance cover any portion of that, or just at least transportation? I don't know how that's working.
Yeah, I believe that would be covered.
I'd love just more detail when we have it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, for those of you who are not familiar with the North Miami building, it's actually two buildings. So there's the original building, which is where this event occurred. And then there were additions made to the building that are essentially bolted on the back of the building. So, and when the school is used, actually students don't even enter or leave the building from the building that's affected. They've always entered and left the building from the addition where that was not impacted. So it's super helpful that some grades are able to leverage those classrooms that are not impacted. But that said, I don't know if you guys read the engineering report. It was really disturbing to learn that the reason the ceiling was failing, particularly, or the ceiling had failed compared to the other ones, is because of all of the improper things that were hung from the original ceiling. It's very clear in that report, hanging, the way they installed and hung the sprinkler system, the way they installed and hung lights, and the false ceiling that was below the plaster ceiling. It pulled the whole thing down. And, that was, I don't know when that was done. To Sean's point, it was a long time ago. What's also really troubling about it is we had a full-blown assessment of all of our buildings for the master plan. And to the best of my knowledge, it's not in any of those engineering reports. So we spent a lot of money to have all of our buildings fully assessed, and they didn't catch it. I also noted in the engineering report that at Old Greenwich, although it appears secure, it's got similar holes punched through its ceiling. In some cases, it's pulling away. Different than I gather what happened at Riverside. So the whole thing is really disturbing about how these buildings were managed in sometime in the last 10, 20 years. And we probably need to figure out $8 million is a lot of money. But the reality of it is we're now presented with, I think, what is an opportunity. And I don't know the answer to this, Dan. But it seems to me this is an opportunity presented. How do we make a silk purse out of a sow's ear? I would suggest what we do is gut both floors, all classrooms of the 1925 portion of the building, because so much of it is damaged. And this is an opportunity for us to rebuild that part of North Miami School. Maybe even get, there are HVAC there with units punched through the walls. It's not desirable. It's not a standard. There are other things. And I would hope that we would, even if it means we're out for a little longer, take advantage to properly and completely rebuild that first half of the school. In some cases, the spaces aren't quite appropriate. I don't know whether we would redesign any of the spaces. The office spaces and the small group spaces there are particularly a problem. But I'm not so sure I want to rush to do the project just to get it back online. I want the kids back in there as quickly as possible. But at the same time, if we have an opportunity to rebuild a school that we were going to rebuild anyway on a different schedule, I'd like to take advantage of that opportunity now, not just patch it back together to get it online. Dan, can you address that?
Yeah, the timing is right. I mean, as far as we have to do something, I wouldn't necessarily say we're patching it just to get it back online. I mean, what would be done would be to code. We would be replacing in kind to what we have now, except for the plaster ceiling. It would allow us to get back into the building at a relatively quick pace. I think if you were to do something what you're referring to as a gut rehab with a redesign, you're adding significant amount of time on.
Can I ask you a question about that, Dan? Because I understood from the reading the report. Maybe I'm not clear on the demolition. We need to demolish all of the ceilings on floor 1 and floor 2, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have to take out the ceilings, right? There was significant water damage, right? So do we have to take out any floors, or they're fine?
Take out any what?
Floors.
No, the floors held up surprisingly well. We are keeping an eye on it.
We don't have to redo the floors. Do we have to replace any walls because of the water damage?
There was a small amount of water infiltration on the first floor hallway. And the second floor walls, a significant amount of them are metal. They use metal partitions when they went from an open style classroom to compartmentalizing.
So this is $8 million to largely replace ceilings?
It's significantly more than that. It's the entire infrastructure. It's the infrastructure that was between the two ceilings.
Right.
And the demolition alone is going to be extensive.
Right. So what is the scope of this? What's the scope of this project? Could you just highlight the big items?
The demolition alone. So the way the building is made up for.
I'm sorry, the scope of the rebuild. I'm sorry, I wasn't.
The scope of the rebuild, we have to start from you have to take everything down first, which means the lower ceiling,
Right.
the infrastructure, meaning the lights, electrical conduit, sprinkler systems, HVAC lines, life safety lines that go above the ceiling. All that comes out. We have to shore up the existing plaster ceiling so it can be surgically removed. And when I mean surgically removed, the plaster that's there is very thick and it weighs about 20 to 30 pounds per square foot.
Right.
So you'll be taking out sections that are no bigger than 2 foot by 4 foot at a time. Very time consuming. The insulation in the attic would obviously fall out. You have to take all that out. So once we've determined what the rebuild is, for code, it's probably going to be 2 layers of sheetrock. That has to be attached. We have to have a design for how the infrastructure would be attached to the structure through the sheetrock. We don't have all those details yet. From that, there's put everything back together then, put the infrastructure back, and then whatever is determined to be the ceiling and lighting system, that would have to go back in.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. It sounds like the only thing when you're done with that because you're taking out all that, and I'm just trying to understand. If you take out all that infrastructure, right, and then we have to go put it all back, I guess what I'm hearing you say is the only thing that's left is metal walls and floor. The carpet's all going to be replaced and everything. I mean,
there's no carpet. There was area rugs, but there's no carpet except in the media center.
Right, in the media center there was, right? So, okay, I mean, maybe gut rebuild is the wrong terminology. I realize you're going to probably stay in the same footprint and the classes will probably stay similarly in the same place. But I guess I had envisioned in my head, you're going to have to rip out all this stuff, your point all on the infrastructure, as well as it sounds like you got to take ceilings out everywhere. That sounds to me pretty close to, I don't use the same term, I would call it gutting it, but, and I think, that building suffered a lot with their HVAC units, the air conditioning units that are punched through the walls. They're noisy, they take a lot of space. It seems to me if we're going to go replace all this stuff and put it back, I don't know why we don't put in proper air conditioning, proper heating that doesn't involve those units and is done centrally. I mean, if we're going to have to take it all out and put it all back in, I'm just thinking about taking advantage of the.
Well, we're not taking out the HVAC system. That remains
You said
intact.
you had to take out conduits, HVAC conduits, didn't you?
Just the supply lines that are minimal.
Oh, okay.
But the HVAC units are unit ventilators that are located along the wall, and they don't take up any more space than the shelving units that are there, and they're less than 3 years old.
All of them?
All of them. Yep.
Okay. Thank you for answering the question.
All right, Ms. Kowalski.
Thanks, Mr. Bernstein. A couple of quick questions regarding the new place. So we're looking at, instead of 4 buildings for North Miami, which they're currently placed in, it would be 2, is what you're saying. We would be able to use whatever the back portion of the building and then find a second building that can house the rest of the children in their classrooms. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And and how many classrooms is that we're looking to fill or sorry, that we need to relocate?
Right now we have 15 that we have relocated, but to have them all together, we're looking at 18.
Oh, at 8. Okay. And then are we looking to keep them? I mean, maybe this isn't. The place that we're looking, are we looking within Greenwich or do we need to look outside of Greenwich, such as our, neighboring Stamford for a location?
We're looking everywhere that is close enough that it's an okay bus ride for children. Okay. And I did share on the call this morning because people have asked me, you know, I think it was two years ago when Stanford had to take over an office building and very quickly turn it into a school site. I spoke directly with the person who did all of that work, but that building no longer is sitting in the same format, and that they are using it for a vaccine site. So they ripped out a lot of what had been done to create a school, and they just did that a few months ago. We're looking at all different types of environments.
No, understood. And so when do you think you'll have an idea of what new place, and do we have an appreciation for what this would cost?
We don't at this time. You know, that's something we have to negotiate. And then once we get to the point, if there is a site that it looks like it could be okay, the next hurdle is always getting a contract through legal. They look at the language very carefully, and it has to be approved through the legal, you know, through the town department.
Okay. And with all of this anticipation work now, we don't think it'll be done in September, but when do we think it'll be done by? We just don't know. I guess that's a question for maybe Dan.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know that answer until we even know the design and what the timeline is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Olson.
Yep, thank you. So there's a lot of, you know, probably families on here, North Miami's families that are hearing for the first time that their kids are going to be, as are we, that their kids are going to be displaced come fall, which is a hard pill to digest. So, you know, and I understand there's proper procedures and you know, it goes through a process. So I'm not fighting that, but if there's just, I guess it goes without saying, but any possible way that we could expedite this, you know, to be a top priority, to just make sure that we're staying on top of each stage along the way to keep it moving as quickly, done right, obviously, but to keep it moving as quickly as possible, I think goes without saying is of utmost importance here. You know, we need to, I'm fully in support of this, and I think we need to expedite it.
All right, Mr. Kelly.
Dan, quick question, just to further elaborate on Mr. Shear's point. If we put the $6+ million or so, whatever the number is, into this building now, and I believe we're scheduled to do a renovation on this building in 2026. Basically, and as I said, I think I know the answer to this question. Any money we put into the building now will not be a reduction in the total renovation that we're looking in 2026. Is your professional opinion that would be the case?
That all depends on what the design is in 2026.
You would think if we're doing in line with Julian Curtis, Old Greenwich School, if we're doing a redo of the building to try to gain another 25, 30 years out of the property, it's more likely than the patches or renovation we'll be doing now will not be useful in the 2026 renovation. Is that what you would think?
No, I don't think that at all. Again, it really depends on what the renovation includes, but you're going to need a ceiling. You're going to need fire separation between the floor and the attic. So we're redoing that. You've got 3-year-old air conditioning system. I don't think you're going to rip that out. Again, we haven't even begun to look at a feasibility study for North Miami.
So
I mean, whatever we put in now can be, part of the program. So I don't think what we're putting in now would be ripped out. I mean, we're not putting in any new finishes other than a new carpet in the media center. I think we'd be fine. It really depends on what the program is going to ask for.
Okay, that sounds encouraging. Thank you.
All right. I know there's a lot of questions about the dollar figure that you can't answer until you go and continue to do the work. I guess part of our taking this up is the schedule for the other bodies in town. The RTM votes on the budget in May. They generally don't take other items. If we waited until the June meeting, obviously we would be the ones then setting the work back, which we certainly don't want to be doing. So I think that's part of what's driving us here. I guess, you know, Tony, Sean, Dan, it goes without saying, as you get additional information about the cost in any direction, you know, clearly we want to know if additional monies are needed. You know, we know that's problematic to add. It just, we'd have to go through the process. So the way you construct your bids, as you learned from the stadium experience, is very, very important. I don't see any other hands. I'm going to go ahead and call the question. The motion on the table is to approve the interim request for North Mianus in the amount of $8.1 million. So Bernstein is a yes. Downey?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Cher?
Yep.
And Stowe?
Yes.
Great, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Just process-wise, I have been talking to the BET about scheduling a meeting. The document went to the RTM so that they can send out their call materials. I think they're posted online now. Once we'll schedule first with the BET Budget Committee, then the full BET, and then we'll be on the docket for the April RTM meeting. So this will move forward apace, and I presume there'll be lots and lots of questions as we go forward. And you know, the closer we get to having designed, the more answers we will have. All right, with that, then I'm going to move to our next action item, which is the policy updates. Ms. Downey, I think are you taking those separately?
Yeah, I think I can be persuaded. I was going to propose that these are second reads for policies 9273 proposed and 9327.1. I'm going to move them both together for simplicity and time, unless anyone has an objection to that.
No, I think we need to take them up separately.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll start with 9273. I'm going to move, it's already been read at the last meeting, and so for action for approval by the board. So 9273, let's start with that one.
Is there
Wait a second? I'll second it.
From the stove, thank you. All right, discussion.
I'll point out,
Anyway, why don't you go
I will.
share the policy.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to point out that it was requested that the town attorney's office look at both of these policies, and they have said that both are in good legal order and legally acceptable. So I just wanted to make the fellow board members aware of that fact. So it was requested by a board member, and it's been done and resolved.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Kowalski, I see your hand.
Thanks. So I just, we're taking up 9273 first.
Correct.
Okay. So look, I apologize wherever I'm looking. My camera is one place, my screen is another, and my notes are on another one. So I'm not.
Don't worry. No offense taken.
My eyes are not shifting for any particular reason. So I look at this one and I understand from our prior discussion in our last meeting that these were done, and you've been working on them since September. And there was something that CABE had also passed. You know, in reading these, it just seems like we're trying to legislate civility, right? And I think, tonight in particular, and lessons learned, we just all need to be civil with each other, because those should be our norms, and we have norms that we are already governed by, and we have a code of ethics. And so this seems to me to it feels like it's just stepping too far for something that we should be legislating for. And also because I feel like it lacks a sense of standards and how one will be necessarily judged, and who is the judge, juror, and executioner on all of this. My plain and simple terms of this is, society works because we have societal norms, right? We've all agreed to behave in a certain fashion, and that's just what we do. The penalty by which that we would have if one feels we're not acting in a civil fashion in one way, shape, or form is we're elected officials. We are then not elected, right? We don't get reelected. I think, to be honest, I think this is a lot what we're seeing in Washington, which I don't want to bring to Greenwich. And, we see what happens when one side or the other, for purely political reasons and purposes, launches attacks on one another. And this is what this feels like this gets to. And I said it earlier tonight in my other comments, if there is an issue where we think that we are not behaving appropriately, I think the proper use is to pick up the phone and to have an adult conversation. And even if you don't like the person, and we realize tonight there's probably a lot of people that don't like each other on this board, but to pick up the phone and have that conversation. When you're looking at this, it just seems to me that this all renders itself to what could possibly be a kangaroo court. And not to mention, I think it stifles minority opinions, and it seems to be a push for the tyranny of the majority. So I have grave concerns over this. I know, Christina, you went to town council, and that was at my request because I felt uncomfortable with these. And I appreciate the opinion gotten. I have some reservations with that. I mean, no disrespect to town council, but on these levels, I am not sure that this is their expertise. But thank you for asking.
All right. Is there any other discussion on 9273?
Karen, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I think it's always good for more communication and expectations to be communicated clearly. And I think this is a list of expectations and protocols. And sadly, you're right, there has been what's going on in Washington, and that's perhaps why I don't know, what prompted CABE to talk about it. But I don't see a downside in quite the same way that you do, but we can agree to disagree on that.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
I hear what you're saying.
I appreciate that, Christina. And I went back through, because some of these policies, I'm not sure, I don't have 9273 in front of me, but I know it referenced other policies. So I feel like we have the appropriate policy and framework out there that governs this. And I think that this is just a layering on and getting a little too, for a lack of comfort into how far we're going to go. And I just don't think that something like this, I think this skirts a line that I'm really uncomfortable with. I expressed this uncomfortableness several weeks ago, and I had emailed you about it. Because I feel like that, and particularly here, when there's no standard for which you're judged, it's all of a sudden the standard of what everybody doesn't like all of a sudden. And that's what worries me, that we run down a very slippery slope, that you get a group, and I'll just say a group of 4 or 5 that feel like something that was said or done or certain behavior isn't acceptable. And now all of a sudden it is now, you're going to be judged harshly because you have 5 people that disagree with you. That's what I worry here. I do think that the policies that we have in place, and the policies that you've gone through, and I know you've gone through to clean them up, are precisely what this body needs and has, and those are appropriate. And this one steps too far for me.
Mr. Sheriff.
I think, look, I've been on the board a long time. The board at various times has been completely dysfunctional. I've talked about that many, many times. And it always drifts into what we saw earlier tonight. It always drifts into that. And it's really dangerous. People have tried to put in civility codes. Christina, I don't have a problem with this where it's listed as a set of expectations. Okay. These expectations that are listed here are the expectations that I've always understood the board should operate under. I don't agree with a bunch of them, but I've always understood it. I've been, as an example, very respectful of the board speaks for the board. And if I'm speaking in the public, I need to make clear to people I'm speaking as an individual, as an example. The other thing that's always bothered me on this board is there are questions my colleagues, many of you ask. I think they're outrageous, totally out of bounds. And I've seen many board members over time bully, berate staff. But the way I've always handled that is I may hate the question, I may hate the behavior, but I respect the board's members' right to ask it. I never try to cut off a question. I never try to cut off somebody who's going too long. I go too long. I persist in questions when I don't get answers and someone's evading an answer. I just think this is a really dangerous, slippery slope. It worked before because in our board, we didn't have this, censure and reprimand and what have you. And I agree with Karen. We saw how this got out of control in our federal government, and it became essentially a political weapon. Now, we have to rely on the good will of people to use it, censure, reprimand, whatever, appropriately. But there's a long history of this board not having that. This listed as a civility code, and I won't be on the board when this occurs, could very easily lead to somebody saying, I want to censure or reprimand because I don't think you complied with this particular item in a code. And the civility is a very loaded term. It's a very loaded term. So I got to tell you, I can't support this because, not because of its intent. Its intent, I think, is good. Outlining expectations is good. If this were listed as expected responsibilities of board members, I would support it. But this could so easily turn into a cudgel and rip apart the board. It's just a remarkably bad idea. I realize this policy doesn't talk about how we're evaluating what civility is. And that is a really bad idea because it leaves it open to anybody's interpretation. It's just as written, it's a super bad idea. It's trying to restrict people, and this is going to happen because people want to behave properly between each other. Civility on the board is going to happen because people treat each other properly. It's not something you legislate. I realize I can tell where this is going already. I expect this will go 6-2, but maybe I'm wrong. But I warn all of you who are going to be here longer than I am. You're setting us up. You're setting this board and future boards up for trouble. We are stewards of a legacy. I recognize I am the steward of all the people and chair people and board people who came before me. This is fundamental. It seems like it's trivial. It's not. I would not do this in its current form. I would rather move that this gets returned to the PGC for some modifications and clarifications.
All right, Ms. Hirsch.
Sorry. I was just going to say, when we received this from CABE, which has been fully vetted also by them, and I think it's been adopted by quite a few districts throughout Connecticut, they also included some information as to the wheres, the whys, and the policy implications. And it does speak to some of the things that you, Mr. Scher and Ms. Kowalski were discussing, but it does specifically talk about it said the policy implications that uncivil conduct does not include the expression of controversial or differing viewpoints that may be offensive to some persons, provided the ideas are presented in a respectful manner at a time and place that are appropriate, and that such expression does not material disrupt and may not be reasonably anticipated to disrupt the educational and or meeting process, and such differing viewpoints are permitted within the freedom of expression guaranteed by the First Amendment. So, again, I hear what you are both saying, but it is clear that this was already vetted for those concerns. And they went further into discussing, that numerous studies have taken place reviewing the effects of incivility on worker satisfaction, organizational integrity, and productivity, and can be linked to decreased job performance and satisfaction. That safe and civil environments are essential to board, student, and staff achievement, and the free exchange of ideas is essential to the quality of the educational process. It goes on further about, conversely, uncivil conduct, like other forms of disruptive behavior, interfere with the board's ability to fulfill its appropriate leadership role, and with the student's ability to learn and a school's ability to educate its students. And it goes in a little further, which I can continue to read. Sorry, are we missing a member? But anyway, it talks about the whys, the wheres, and the hows, and discusses some of the concerns that you guys already addressed. But it's clear that they've already vetted this for that. And as I said, I know it's certainly been adopted by other districts. Just to give you background.
Ms. Kowalski.
Sure, Karen, I appreciate all of that. And one of the things, for example, I don't have trouble with is, for example, if I look at meeting protocol, right? To ensure that it says to ensure that the board's meetings are conducted with maximum efficiency and effective, members will, come to meetings adequately prepared. Well, who's going to be the judge of whether or not you're adequately prepared? How are we judging that? The other, interestingly enough, it's, not interrupt each other during a debate. That didn't happen tonight. So, this is going to come up all of the time. And I think that, look, we have to, so does that mean that because someone got interrupted during a debate by someone else, that therefore we have a violation of the policy? And how's that going to be handled?
Well, just to answer that, we follow Robert's rules, and there are very specific detailed discussions on, on that within Robert's rules as well.
I think that's all the hands. I'm just going to add to this. I view this as the job description, quite frankly. When you sign up for running for a public board, especially this board, I think that is the job description. That is what we ought to be evaluated against. I'm not saying that the board should run off and use it as a cudgel, but I do think it is a good explanation of the expectations of board members. All right, Mr. Scher.
Peter, oddly, I agree with what you're saying. I don't know why it isn't titled job description then. Why is it titled civility code? That's my whole problem with it. I like this document because it tells people what the expectations are, particularly people, who have never served on a board before. Fortunately, when I came to the board, I'd served on a board before, but that's a learning curve. There are people here who have no experience in their professional life on serving on a board. This is a learning curve, and the learning curve is steep. So I think this thing is beautiful as a document of the job description and the expectations. That's not my problem with it at all. I take it at what it's titled. This is a code of civility. And we have seen this over and over and over again, going after people for violations of civility. I mean, it's so prevalent in Washington, I can't stand it. And
so is just to be clear, so is your only objection to it in the title that if it were retitled as board member expectations, you support it as a document, just to understand?
Yeah, because my concern is, Christina, as I've said, I think there will be subsequent people who will, I can see this happening. All of us are dead and buried off this board. We're not dead and buried in real life, but we're off this board. Okay, let's just say that. I could see somebody reading this and going, they meant civility and you violated civility. I mean, I've encountered that more times than I can count on this board. You know, not just about me, about other people trying to do it to other board members. And I've seen it happen. And I've seen it, by the way, it's an equal opportunity thing. I've seen it done to Democrats. I've seen it done to Republicans. It's none of that. So my concern is, and I'm done talking about this, my concern is how it might get misused in the future by how it's constructed. Other than that, I love every bullet that's on the chart.
So Peter, do you want to make a motion on the title? Because
I don't object to to the change of the title, because if that is a stumbling block, I'm not sure Karen would agree with you, Kowalski, but
well, let us.
I'm sorry. Let me look again at the document.
Okay, look at it, because I think Megan wants to speak as well. So
yeah. All right. So we'll let Megan talk, and then we'll circle back, Peter.
I just thank you for all the work that's gone into it, and we did have a chance to look at this and talk about it beforehand, and I appreciate you went to the extra step to, check with the attorneys and went, I think, above and beyond. So I'm in full support.
And I don't know, Karen Kowalski, if you wanted to weigh in about the title. I don't know if your objections run deeper.
Do you want me to make a motion to move this forward? I didn't mean to make it a federal case.
Well, no. But I mean, I'd rather
let's give
not
Karen
have, to be honest with you, because we presented it 2 weeks ago. And I'm only hearing this comment now, which we could have had a discussion about before now, but I'm fine to have the discussion now. But I'd rather it not necessarily go back to PGC. If the only real issue is kind of the title of the policy, I would rather amend the motion or amend the wording and have people sign off on it, and we move forward.
For a moment, and then we'll deal with.
I'm just telling people,
I can get on board with that. If it's changed to, this is the job description, this is the expectation.
Well, if we just create, if instead of the word civility code, if we say board expectations of board members.
Or how about board member expectations? It's cleaner with less letters.
But it's what
I'm fine with either.
All right. So Peter, do you want to go ahead and make the motion?
Yeah. Which do you prefer, Christina?
I actually like mine, not Peter's.
Okay, fine. Okay, here, let me flip a coin.
Then you say.
Or how about expectations for board members? How's that? I just think board members' expectations is a little.
Fine. Yep, I'm okay. Yeah. So I've moved that we modify proposed policy 9273 title from civility code to expectations of board members.
So Peter, before we take a second, that's a motion to amend, correct? I want to make sure Michael gets that right for the minutes.
Yes.
Okay, motion to amend.
And could it be expectations for, is it of or for?
For.
Okay.
It doesn't matter to me. Expectations for board members.
I think for is cleaner. Thank you.
Okay.
My motion, Michael, is to amend.
Thank you.
Proposed policy 9273 to change the title from civility code to expectations for board members.
Christina, do you want to second that?
I was just going to say, I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion to amend the title? Hearing none, I'm going to take a quick roll call vote. Bernstein, yes. Downey?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
And Stowe.
Yes.
All right, so the motion in front of us now is to adopt the policy 9273, expectations for board members. Seeing no further hands, I'm going to go ahead and take the roll. Bernstein is a yes. Downey?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Sorry, I missed what you said.
The motion is as amended.
Oh, yes.
Board members, thank you. Olson?
Yes.
Cher?
Yes.
And Stowe?
Yes.
Okay, great. That passes 8-0. Christina, why don't you go ahead with the next motion?
Okay, so now I'd like to move the adoption of proposed policy 9327.1, which has a number of subsections, but the first of which reads board member use of internet social networks. So I'm going to move as revised from our last meeting.
And is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, Ms. Stowe, thank you. Discussion, Ms. Downey.
The town attorney, while she said that the member of the town attorney's office said, while it was legally in order, she expressed a few concern about two items in the appendix to the policy, items 2 and 4, which you can see the revisions we made and which she has also said alleviated her concerns with those two provisions. So.
All right, discussion, Ms. Kowalski.
So I appreciate the changes that have been made. I still have some concern here. It seems to me that under the various titles for which there's a piece, right? It's board members' use of social network, and then compliance with public records laws. Okay, compliance with Freedom of Information Act. Okay, social networking websites. There's parts of this that I don't understand. For example, on the social networking websites, board members need to periodically review the importance of maintaining proper decorum in an online digital world as well as in person. And this should give emphasis to the board members' use of Facebook, Twitter, and social media. This does not seem, as well as the next paragraph regarding code of ethics, seem to derive solely as me as or any of us as board members, but rather us as, Karen Kowalski, Christina Downey, as citizens of Greenwich and citizens of the US, irrespective of. And it seems to suggest that I can't have an opinion outside of my position as a board simply because I got elected to being a member of the board, that somehow I have lost my ability to have an opinion about anything for that matter. Because this is not the social networking websites and the code of ethics provisions under those titles and the language below them go beyond just your work as a board, which would suggest that I'm not, and I'll go so far as to say, look, if I want to say something specific, let's say I don't like President Biden and I think he's a moron. If I go and say that, that suggests that I'm speaking out. And now, obviously, that's a bad example, but that would fall within this social networking and code of ethics and be a violation, because I'm making a statement that may contain, and maybe I used a profane word in describing my dislike of the president, that has put this within the code of ethics and the social networking websites as a violation of those two clauses.
Well, the one that talks about, I'm just gonna, I hate doing wordsmithing during meetings like this, and I wish we'd had these discussions in the couple weeks since these first came up.
I understand.
But be that as it may.
But I have a designated time period here, and
I understand, but we could have had discussions about this in the 2 weeks that we were asking people for comments. But the social networking websites provision really talks about, it's a cautionary item. It says you need to periodically review proper decorum. It's not really, there's no hammer being put over people. It's a reminder that we need to be cognizant of perceptions on those social medias, because as we all know, notwithstanding that, as Peter correctly points out, we don't speak for the board, but because we are members of the board, words that we use can be interpreted by others to have greater weight than maybe, even if we give the disclaimer, I'm speaking only as an individual, not for the Board of Education. So that one I see is just to give, that is a reminder. It doesn't really say anything problematic to me.
Okay, the next paragraph under the Code of Ethics, that's the hammer. Board members will refrain from inappropriate conduct in making public statements on Facebook and other social network sites, and will refrain from any disparagement of fellow board members or others on a personal, social, racial, or religious basis. Now, so that goes beyond just your work as a board member, but you, Christina Downey, as a human being, sharing an opinion that someone else may think is a disparagement of another on a personal, social, racial, or religious basis. That would be a violation of this policy.
So I'm just reading, give me a second to read it. If someone else has a comment in the meantime, I'm just reading it again, so.
And I don't mean to add comments while you're reading, but I would suggest that this policy reads a lot like a restraint on communication. And given that we've just passed the other policy, which gives the expectations of board members, you've actually solved whatever problem you were attempting to achieve here without infringing upon one's ability to communicate without sitting on a board, but otherwise having an opinion about something.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't follow you there for a sec.
Sure. So I think what was trying to be achieved here in this use of social networks and maybe a couple of these provisions could still stay in, like, for example, compliance of public records of law, but the paragraphs on this second policy that are governing speech, right, and saying what you should and should not say, it goes too far. It's a prior restraint on speech. But the policy that we just enacted on the expectations of how a board member should behave, I think cover any issues that you have in this one without being a prior restraint on communication.
I don't think this covers other things. It covers, FOIA issues, public record laws issues.
But then take out, I understand it covered. This one seems to be a hodgepodge of a lot of things that don't necessarily go together. For example, compliance with public records, Freedom of Information Act, I get all that, but social networking and code of ethics don't belong in this. And maintaining confidentiality, I understand what we're supposed to do. That's an expectation of the board. This one really steps well beyond, I think well beyond what this board has the ability to control. And I don't think that you or anyone on this board has the ability to control what I put on my Twitter account. But that's what this actually says it does.
Well,
maybe that wasn't the intent.
But in the social networking websites, I disagree with you. I don't think it's a cautionary tale. So
okay, in the code of ethics, it does.
Well, would you, if you struck out the words "or others," does that change your point of view? I'm just asking. I'm not saying we would do it, but I'm just asking the question.
I would take out the whole provision.
Okay.
As
I said, I wish we'd had the ability to have this conversation prior to tonight. But other people have their hands up. Let them speak.
All right, Mr. Scherer.
I hate doing this on the fly, so I don't want to edit this thing on the fly. I just think, look, guys, this will come as no surprise to you. I can't come on board with this unless it's got a major rewrite to it, because it's really clear what it is. And, Christina, I appreciate it. And you can talk about the intent and all the rest of it. Look, there are two problems we have, right? We just lived with one of them, right? This was never a problem on the board when we didn't have this mechanism where we could go after an individual board member for what they say. Okay, I just had to sit and listen to, and as did the rest of you, all these people from the public say, please censure Peter Shirk for, and by the way, multiple of them said, for his comments on social media. All right, look, we don't, I have a personal profile on social media, as do many of you do. Nothing in the board should prevent me or prevent anybody from expressing a opinion in the public square as an individual. And the way you police what they say is not a board. It's policed by the electorate. That if the electorate doesn't like the person, doesn't like what they say, this is solved at the ballot box. So that's the mechanism. We have to be sure every board member, I've said this, I hear things Joe Kelly says, and I hear things Karen Hirsch says, and I can't believe they say them. But you know what? It's not my job to police that. Nobody appointed me because I'm on a board policing that. This is the way this is written, and particularly, the connection to ethics and what have you. This is somebody trying to create speech codes and trying to create prior restraint of speech. And the way you don't want to solve that problem, in my mind, is if somebody's got a problem with such somebody said, pick up the phone, and I've said this 100 times, pick up the phone, call them and say, hey, I didn't like what you said here or there, right? I don't think that reflects well on the board. I'd rather you not do that or whatever. That's the way this needs to get solved. It doesn't get solved by creating this kind of legislation that creates nothing but free speech challenge problems. We don't need this. We need to be sure we're not pushing people into their remedy winds up being in the courts. That's the worst outcome in my book. So I realize philosophically, some of you are in a different place or your political ideology puts you in a different place. I respect that. I can't, with the way this is written now, Christina, and I realize you're frustrated by it, but
to be honest with you, what I'm frustrated by, Peter, frankly, is that I presented these 2 weeks ago and I asked for comments and I didn't get any till tonight. That's what I'm frustrated by, because these are all could have been very productive discussions. We had a PGC meeting earlier this week. I was available the last 2 weeks to talk about it, and I got crickets. So that is my frustration.
Don't. Hey, I'm
That's
with
all.
you. I'm with you, sister. I've been
So-
talking about the strategy committee for 5 times, and I've sent more notes to the board, and I've got nothing back. So I'm totally with you on that, 100% in your frustration. It seemed, we're all busy people. I wish we could all work on what everybody was priority for everybody else, but we are where we are. And look, it shouldn't come as any surprise. I've said many times on this board, I'm very concerned about efforts to try to control what people say, even if I don't like what they're saying. And besides that, that's why I said, I'd really like to know if there was a legal opinion, because candidly, this thing is fraught with all kinds of free speech issues. And as I say, again, I'm not planning to be on the board.
If it makes you feel any better, the town attorney, that was one of her concerns, but when she really looked through it, that's why we made the changes to the appendix. So I mean,
I get it. I realize you guys are trying to, I realize I'm very respectful that you're trying to make it work. I get that. I totally get it. Look, I'm probably going to get, it isn't going to matter what I'm going to do. I'm going to vote, and other people are going to vote. I just wanted to express, this This is too tied up in ethics, and somebody's got to evaluate it, and somebody's got to decide what it is. And I think, by the way, the other parts that are in there, Christina, FOIA, we already have a policy on FOIA. Everybody knows what FOIA is. The board doesn't need to repeat that. That's an obligation under state law to any elected official, right? If we're not following that, we don't need a policy on that. People know they have that legal obligation. They have legal obligation not to defame people. You have the legal obligation not to libel people. You know, we don't need to recreate duplicative policies that are
Well, I think they're not duplicative because they're pointing out that the danger that what we don't think is FOIA or a meeting can become such in the internet world. I think that's where those are actually quite relevant, that, you know, 4 or 5 board members commenting on a thread on Facebook creates a meeting. That's not something people typically would think of. And that, I think for that, I disagree with you, because I do think we need that.
When they're commenting as a board member, when they're commenting as an individual, which they have an individual right to, and those are not abrogated because of this. I mean, this is where this gets more, this is, again, if board members don't know how to conduct themselves properly and how to separate their two worlds. Anyway, I've said my piece on it. I'm just being redundant, and I don't, let other people share their views.
All right, Ms. Stowe.
So it's lots of good comments, and whatever, would have liked it earlier too, but we are where we are. And I went through this with a fine-tooth comb because I hear you, and I'm not very active on social media. Probably my children are more than I am, sadly. But there's a few things. One, I've now spent a long time on policy, probably longer than I'd like. But we started to adopt CABE policies because they were standards, and we tried not to change them. I remember even the prior policy committees, because then we start to lose like all of the work that the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education put into this, right? So I always sort of take that as my first look at any policy and sort of say, there has to be something to me that's sort of specific to Greenwich that makes me want to change this. That's number one. And then I liked especially that this went through town council, and that was a good recommendation by I think it was Peter, I'm not sure, but because she did highlight the freedom of speech piece, and that's where I spent some time in committee this week making sure, and then I know, Christina, you went back to town council again to make sure she was satisfied with it, and it sounds like they were. So that got me comfortable. I think also, having served on company boards, I generally feel more comfortable, frankly, as a board member when there is expectations on how one should act and have such decorum. And yes, all those things are there, and you're usually not on a professional board unless you've already been vetted and that is understood and you've had background checks and all that stuff. But I do think we are a public board, and it's important to say, yes, absolutely, I am fine with all of these things, and I will happily sign up to this. So I did go through it. I hear you, but I am very comfortable with this policy based on all the review, and I know I'll be voting for it tonight.
Ms. Hirsch.
Oh, I was going to say, I know that this particular policy, as written without the changes even that we had made after passing it through town council, have been adopted again by many different districts throughout Connecticut. So that gave me some level of comfort, because we passed it through our legal and did make some revisions based on those concerns. I will also note that I think it's really important for us to be aware that we have policies on use of internet social networks for our students. We have policies on internet social networks and use of internet social networks for our staff. And the reason that we, as PGC put this forward is because we did not have one for members of the board. So, again, we have it for students, staff, and administration. So, it's exceptionally important. I think additionally, there has been a lot more use of social media. And I don't think that this policy, it's pretty clear that it's not in discussing something as a personal page necessarily. It's pretty consistent when you talk about the code of ethics. It's refraining from inappropriate conduct and making public statements. And I would assume that would be in more public groups as opposed to your private page. And it's sort of a reminder of things that, we do need to maintain FOIA. We do need to not divulge confidential information on social networks as well, because we are still required to keep the FERPA as well as FOIA. And again, they're following that, the other areas that you guys were discussing are really guidelines, and they're just, I think, to me, reminders. And again, this is if you're using it, you may inadvertently violate. It's important to not utilize social networks to conduct board business. And again, I think that this is really in line with the policies that we have for students, staff, and administration. And it's exceptionally important for us to have one as well in that regards. That was why I felt it was important and I supported it as well.
All right, Ms. Kowalski.
Last comment, and we can put this to bed. Obviously, my last comment. Okay, Karen, just to follow up on a couple of things you said. Look, just because everybody else has done it and this came down from CABE doesn't make it right and doesn't mean that we should do it. And I don't know what they did with their vetting process or how they looked at this. It's kind of like, the old saying, if your friends jump off a bridge, you're going to jump with them. And so that's why I just don't think that works here. The other point that you mentioned, you said that you think that this would involve, not, your public page as opposed to your personal page. I personally don't know the difference of it, but the key word in that sentence was you think, which means it's not clear from this policy what it covers and what it doesn't cover, which means it could be far reaching. And the last comment you said, it may violate. Okay, it may violate, but who is the judge, jury, and executioner on that? And who's going to call me to task if I make a comment that 5 of you disagree with? So I think that this steps beyond in those capacities. I think there are some good things in here, and I think there are some things that are overreaching and are potentially very much a slippery slope and headed down a very dangerous path.
I'll just respond to the one comment when I said something may inadvertently violate that, and you were asking who's the judge and jury. It's not a judge and jury, it's compliance with FOIA, and it's pretty clear, and that's why their wording is, some of that use may inadvertently violate it. It's not some of us saying what you're writing. It's clear. It's based on FOIA, and that's law.
It's outside of FOIA. What I'm talking about is the comments made on social networking, just by an individual. It has nothing to do with the FOIA provision.
It says FOIA counts on social media as well, but it says that you must be mindful of FOIA when using social network sites, and you may inadvertently violate if you're not vigilant. It's not saying you will, that you are. It's you just need to be mindful when you are, sharing information. That's
right. But then it goes on to say board members will refrain from inappropriate conduct in making public statements on Facebook or other social networking sites. Will refrain. And who's going to be the judge of whether or not that conduct is an inappropriate statement? That's vague and ambiguous.
Well, when it comes to certain things, you need them to be slightly more open in that. And I think, I now need to go back. I'll read our board of,
And that's the slippery slope that I'm talking about. What is inappropriate to you may not be to me. What is inappropriate to Mr. Kelly may not be to Mr. Shore.
I'm going to go read the board's code of ethics, but it basically said it's consistent with the board code of ethics. My guess is that it is the same language, but again,
it's not. I went back and I read 9271, and that statement there with respect to our code of ethics has nothing to do with this provision here that you're talking about. They are totally different.
All right, I think that's the end of the discussion. So I'm going to go ahead, unless anybody's got any motions they want to make to amend or otherwise, I'm going to call a question to the motion on the floor is to approve 9327.1. Do a roll call. Bernstein is a yes. Downey? Christina, you're muted.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Hirsch?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Emphatically no.
Olson?
Emphatically yes.
Cher?
No.
And Stowe?
Absolutely, yes.
And that passes 6-2. Thank you very much. And the 9273 passed 8-0, by the way. I think I forgot to say that. We're going to move on to our next action item, which is the monthly financial and staffing report. Before I let Sean talk, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the monthly financial and staffing report. Is there a second? All right, I see Stowe. That works for me. Sean, go ahead. Take it away.
Okay. Hold on a sec. Okay. All right. I'll go right to the operating budget through February. We're at 96.6 million, which is a 59.1% attainment of our full year budget of 163.4. Year-to-year expense is up 0.4 million or 0.4%, driven by overall salary increases and higher than budgeted out-of-district and settlement tuition, plus COVID spending not yet offset by the grants, in Munis. I'll get into that in a sec. And partly offset by savings we've had to date in summer school, ESY, transportation, and the year-to-year impact of the pre-spend activity that we did in June. On the capital side, we're continuing to work down the available balances. As of the end of February, the available balance is down to $20.6 million, which is a reduction of $5.2 million from a month ago. On a year-to-year basis, we're down about 23.9, including the addition of the 2021 appropriation. On school lunch, year-to-date revenue, $1,347,000, which is continuing to lag significantly behind February last year when we booked $2.189 million, a year-to-year decrease of about $840K or 38%. Cash sales are down $1,595,000 or 84%. Reimbursements are up $743K or 404%. So way up on reimbursements as expected. Expenses are year-to-date $1.898 million, which is down year-to-year by $406,000 or 18%. Drivers on the expense reduction, salaries and food costs, and partly offset by unbudgeted transportation costs. In terms of the full year forecast, as we've said in months before, we're going to fall short significantly on revenue. I would say it's at least $1.7 million. Expenses we're expecting to underrun by $800,000 before recovering the transportation expense, because we've got that food delivery cost that we're going to recover with COVID-related funds. So we'll underrun with that recovery. Expenses should underrun by about $1.1 million after the recovery. And then from a bottom line perspective, we're looking to fall short to budget by about $900K before the transportation recovery. And with that transportation recovery, we'll probably fall short of budget by about $600,000. The next item in the package is just an update on out-of-district tuition and settlements. The latest assessment as of March 8th, total of settlements and outplaced tuition, we're at 6.9 in terms of actuals, year-to-date actuals plus encumbrances. And we have some pending cases of about 700K. So if all of that materializes, we're looking at about 7.6 million, which would be $2.2 million over budget, or about 340,000 higher than what we forecasted at the beginning of the year. The next chart in the package is a COVID grant update, and it's been totally reformatted. You know, the first column in the COVID chart is, as we have been reporting over the last several months, all of the year-to-date expense, whether it's supplies, PPE, services, and then we have staffing, the biggest of which is the certified staffing. So, and then the next 4 columns is how we are going to recover those expenses, whether it's the ESSER 1, which was $758,000, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is $1,203,000, and then ESSER 2, which incidentally, we just found out on Friday, previously it was $3.78 million coming to us. That now was updated on Friday. We're going to get $4.3 million. So we got an additional $500,000. And then the fourth one is the American Recovery Plan, which I heard this earlier in the, in one of the public comments. There was a reference to a Greenwich Time article, and I believe it was Dan Haar. I think he's an associate editor for the Greenwich Time or Hearst Media. A couple of weeks ago reported that Greenwich was going to receive $47 million, of which 32 was going to come to the school district. And I've heard many numbers over the last several weeks, but nothing that high. On Friday, we did get some confirmation from Congressman Himes' office that we will be getting $10,215,000. So still pretty good. Where that money gets targeted for is, as far as the ARP, we're just getting the facts now, but we know that at least 20% of that 10 million has to address learning loss in the district. And then they're targeting the remaining 80%. There's a dozen or so specific areas where we can spend that money, but they made it very clear that it's not to be used for supplanting the budget. The ARP funds need to be used by September 30 of 24. The ESSER 2 funds need to be used by September 30 of 2023, and the ESSER 1 funds to be used by September 30, 2022. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to include in there. No, that's kind of it. But the chart has been updated to show how we would propose to spend the money. Obviously, on the ESSER 2 and the ARP, those are pretty new news, and so we don't know yet how we're going to spend that. Although we will, the headcount related, the staffing will most likely be recovered through the ESSER 2 grant. And then yet to be determined is how that ARP grant will be spent. And that's something we're going to be working on over the next several weeks. Questions?
Sean, thank you for reformatting that. This is Peter Bernstein. I think it's really, really helpful to see it like that. I guess I've got some questions about how much of that money is actually already received and how much of it will be received by June 30th, because I want to make sure we're in a position to pay our payroll through June. I know money's going to start getting tight. We're over on special ed. Right now, until the interim comes through, we're laying out money for North Miami. So can you kind of give us a sense of when that money is going to hit hit our accounts?
The ESSER 1, 758 has been received. The Coronavirus Relief Fund of 1.2 million, we're in the process now of requesting those funds. And the 4.268 million will be finalizing how we're going to propose using those funds with the state. And once we do that, then we could actually request the transfer of funds. The ARP, I heard this morning on the way to work that some of those funds would be released to the schools across the country very quickly. I don't know what that means, but sounds like it's within the next month or so. So
is it
yet to be determined.
Is it your understanding though that we're, at least through ESSER 2, that we'll have those funds in hand by June 30th?
Yes,
Because that covers off a lot of our COVID outlay, which is great.
yes, yep, exactly.
Fantastic. All right, Mr. Scher.
Sean, I didn't, I get a little confused in this conversation. And the reason I get confused in this conversation is it's like we talk about the Board of Ed like it's an isolated entity with its own budgets. And so I get confused by this because you didn't talk about the town of Greenwich. The town of Greenwich has given us effectively a blank check for COVID-related expenses. So I know you keep talking about COVID-related expenses like the only money we have is money coming from the federal government. So I get a little confused in this conversation. And Peter Bernstein's comment about cash management, I don't understand that one either. Because
I think the comment about the blank check, Peter, quite honestly, I mean, you are absolutely right that was committed, but that was before we found out about all these different grants. So
yeah, well, they would obviously use the grants to offset, but if we run beyond the grants in any particular time, they've committed to fill in all those gaps, right? And the last grant of roughly $11 million, 10 million, that may be restricted, but the other three aren't particularly restricted.
Yeah,
the
ESSER 2 has some restrictions.
Yeah, but they're de minimis, right? So if they're really, it's very broad in what can be a COVID expense.
Generally, yeah.
So that's why I get a little confused in this conversation because we never talk about the amount that we're expecting the BET to infill and cover all these. It makes it sound like we may or may not have enough money. So I don't understand that part. My other one is really a question. We have, I think it was revealed I know it was revealed in prior discussions of this. We have numerous expenses. The one I'm particularly focused on is special education expenses, that we have higher expenditures we have to make because of COVID, right?
That's right.
Okay, so have you identified all those expenses and transfer that out of the special education general operating budget into the COVID expense budget so that it would be covered by the town of Greenwich?
Well, I mean, I've looked into that, and my opinion, for what it's worth, is that I would rather not use COVID grants to cover that because those expenses will be, because they're related to special ed, we'll already be getting 70 cents on the dollar back, or the taxpayers of Greenwich will be getting 70 cents on the dollar back through the excess cost grant. So
yeah, no, I understand that part. My point is that the narrative over and over and over again has been we're short on special education. We don't have enough money. That's been what's been communicated endlessly. It's what the public understands. What I don't and I get the whole point of you want to leave it over here procedurally, so maybe we have some recovery from the state, and I get that part. But the narrative out there is, the narrative in among special education parents is the town of Greenwich is underfunding special education, which I don't understand that, because in a lot of cases our increased expenses are the result of COVID. And if I'm not wrong, the town of Greenwich is fully committed to funding that in addition to our regular general, regular allocation for special education. And I'm trying to find out, have you in the discussion with the town of Greenwich, have you said to them, oh, of this out of district placements and so on and so forth, X dollars of that is marked as COVID. And if we don't get money back from the state, let's say we get 70 cents, I'm expecting the town of Greenwich to cough up the remaining 30 cents of those dollars because it's in the COVID budget. It shouldn't be funded out of our general operating budget where we have to transfer dollars from some other general operating account into special education to cover that. And that's what I keep hearing. And I just, that doesn't sound right to me. If it's a COVID expense, it's a COVID expense. That should not be commingled with our general operating budget, and we have to eat into our general operating budget someplace else to cover that. That's specifically what the town of Greenwich said that they would cover. And I want to be sure we're holding it to them and we're getting every dollar from them that we should.
Well, I'm going to have conversations with, obviously, with the town as it relates to the out-of-district tuition. I mean, we've been reporting that on a monthly basis, and that's essentially what we've been requested to track it, to report it monthly, and that's what we're doing. And I think at the end of the year, the intent would be to, state our position as to where we are on that out-of-district tuition, which was committed to us back about a year ago. And as far as the COVID related, it's really not a material amount. I think it's about $20,000. So if you factor in the 70%, 70 cents on the dollar,
okay.
I mean, we're talking about $6,000.
Okay, okay, fair enough. And I'll say this, and this is my great frustration with what the administrators tell us. We were in a meeting and they told us we had substantially increased special education expenses because of COVID. I'm sorry. When someone says that to me on a $160 million budget, I wouldn't think $20,000 is a substantial increase to COVID. I'm shocked to hear that that's the number. So I don't know which administrator in the meeting with us told us they had dramatically increased
Was it me?
education
Peter,
expenses.
Peter, was it me?
COVID.
Was it me? Was it me that said that?
I don't recall. I know
Okay,
it was said.
I don't think I said that.
No, I wouldn't expect it was you that said that.
Okay, all right.
But so what you're telling me is we heard that in a meeting. I brought this up a couple times and nobody's disputed it. And I appreciate you now sizing that at $20,000. I don't even know why an administrator even brought it up.
Okay.
Ms. Hirsch.
I had a quick question or two. I know that ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 funds came to us with very specific details as to how to use them. I know you mentioned with the ARP that we know thus far that 20% of that needs to address learning loss.
For the ARP, yes.
For ARP, but we don't really know. We don't know the other specific areas for the other 80%.
We do. There's a long list that we just received on Friday, so we've got to digest that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go hunting for that. Because I was going to say, I know, we certainly have increase in learning loss in areas that need to be focused on for all of our students, and especially for special education students who many of them have had in-person services that they weren't able to get, whatever. But for would this cover out of district? I don't think it does, because that's not necessary. That's not COVID related. That's separate.
Yeah, that's not COVID related. I mean, all I will tell you is that, as I said on the outset, our expense is growing year to year by 0.4%, and that's some of the drivers are our overall salary increase, but we do have a significant amount of savings. So we do have savings, especially in ESY summer school that's already known, that's already booked, and then transportation we continue to save money there. And
I just don't want to accidentally use something to cover an expense that we know is going to be continuing for years for instance, for out of district, tuition, and then have it come back to us by a surprise. But, and this is something are there things or requirements to cover for social emotional support for our students? I know we keep hearing about.
That is part of it. Yes, absolutely. That's a legitimate expense.
Once we have the opportunity to see exactly how that can be used to support social emotional learning, the anxiety that our students are feeling, I really would like to hear or have a more deep discussion on that. So I know we've been asking, and I know budget meetings we were asking about more support in those areas. And if we're going to get funds that can help cover that, I'd like to see how we can use them.
Yeah, the only thing we need to be careful of is, if we do staff up in certain areas, we got to be careful that money runs out, in 23 and 24.
Right.
So if we're going to keep that staff on, that new staff, we're going to have to offset it somewhere else.
Well, anyway, I look forward to getting more information and having a discussion on that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Downey, try to take us home.
Just like one final question on these. These are the expense numbers you have listed in your first column, Sean.
Yep.
Those are to date, or they're projected for the full year?
For the non-staffing. So
for the non-staffing.
For the non-staffing, it's to date. For the certified, that 1.860 million, that's a full year estimate. So it's kind of a mixed bag.
Okay, because do you think it'd be possible then, if we're going to start having discussions about the excess, these grants, we probably should project out what the rest of the year on the non-staffing. I'm sure you have it somewhere, but to incorporate that into the analysis.
Yeah, the non-staffing piece, kind of has slowed down. As you can imagine, we did a lot of purchasing in the first part of the year. And I mentioned the certified staffing, that 1.8 million, that's a full year estimate. And we are continuing to get some, like the non-certified, that's police and custodial. And the certified employees, due to delayed PPTs. That's a lot of that happened in the summer. So So
maybe for our budget, maybe for our budget meeting next week, because if we're going to start brainstorming about usage of the rescue plan funds, maybe we might want to just pull those up, and then we at least don't want to spend it twice.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. So it's to approve the monthly financial and staffing report. Yes. Downey? Christina, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Bert?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Cher?
Yes.
And Stowe?
Yes.
All right, one last action item is to approve budget transfers. I'll go ahead and move to approve the budget transfers as presented. Is there a second for that motion? Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Sean? Wait.
Okay, the first one is a transfer from multiple accounts totaling $12,500 to, and these are multiple accounts in Central Middle School, to AV equipment. So purchases of AV equipment at Central Middle School and using multiple other accounts. And so that's the first one. And the second one is a transfer of several maintenance accounts totaling $16,130 to cover the cost of boots, which are required from a bargaining unit standpoint agreement, and other non-COVID protective equipment. And then the third one is a transfer of $50,000 within maintenance accounts from maintenance of building to building and construction materials. Those are the three.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any hands up for discussion, so I'm going to just go ahead and move right to a vote. Bernstein is a yes. Downey?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Cher?
Yes.
And Stowe?
Yes.
Thank you. And Shauna, I presume we're going to see more transfers as we get closer to the end of the year. Is that the?
Well, we have the massive transfers occurs in the July timeframe, but yes, we will have more transfers.
Right.
And we're going to start to slow things down in terms of, purchase orders. We've already put out word to everybody that if you had a purchase order that was initiated back in, the summer or September, and, most of it's been used and now you just have a balance in there, we need to shut those down. We need to close them off to get a jump on, where we're going to land at the end of the year.
All right, thank you. We'll keep an eye for that. All right, we're at agenda planning. Anybody have anything? Yeah, we'll, Mr. Sherrod, strategic plan, I take it when you're ready. Got something else?
Yeah, I guess I probably should have asked this question back when Tony was commenting, but I need to figure out if I would like to have an item on the agenda. Tony, is it gotten calls from parents indicating that we're training our staff in, I guess, bias and racism training, and we've asked the staff to read White Fragility, the book White Fragility. Is that correct?
That's an administrative leadership team that has been reading this school year. The staff, no.
Is that going to be extended to the staff in the future?
No, we haven't discussed that at all.
Okay, because what Peter, our board hasn't taken up this question at all this year, which I think is a little bit problematic. But I think we need to, before any of this goes forward, I think the board needs to provide some direction to the administration on this subject. And I'd like to schedule a session where the superintendent comes in and explains what she's proposing to, what she has done and what she's proposing to do on to improve anti-bias training in our employees.
I think we actually talked about possibly doing that in April, so we can revisit that.
Yeah.
When we have our chair meeting.
Because I'll tell you that
I think we were actually already looking to do that, Peter. So thank you for calling that out.
When is it scheduled?
I think we were looking to do it at our April business meeting.
Yes, they're already preparing for the presentation.
Yep. So already got it. Thank you. All right, Ms. Kowalski.
Thanks. So I think along those lines, so I've actually in the last week gotten quite a bit of reach out from parents in our middle schools, particularly in one of the English classes that are being taught critical race theory as part of their required assignment, we're asked to complete a checklist written by Peggy McIntosh to address their white privilege. And I understand that this was presented to 11 and 12-year-olds, not 11th and 12th grade, 11 and 12-year-olds. And I wanted to understand how this curriculum is being introduced and why in the English class, and furthermore, that it would need board review and approval. So I guess the question is, to the extent that this is being taught, where and how, and then I think we need to have that curriculum brought in front of the board to have review, questioned, and get it approved.
Yeah, I might just address that. It was one classroom. And well, I want to say one or two parents that had reached out to the principal. This is not something that was across our district at all. And it was addressed with that parent one-on-one, and it was not teaching critical theory. It actually was bias, which is in the curriculum. And the survey was modeled after a survey that would often be used with older students, but it was modified down to be more appropriate for middle school. And our teachers do improvise and create teaching materials, but it's been portrayed differently, I think, than what the teacher has been able to share with us that actually occurred.
Okay. Well, I just out of curiosity, could I get can a copy of the survey be circulated to the board that was used?
Sure. I mean, I think I may have it. I think she actually sent it to us yesterday.
Great.
All right, Mr. Kelly.
Peter, I think at one point we had talked about a building committee for phase 2 of Cardinal Stadium project. Whether we could have one or not, I'd certainly like to have that discussion because I am meeting with the RTM or District 9 about structuring their new wording on how they want to implement their plan on building committees. So I think we certainly, as a board, should have that discussion. And as I'm dealing with the RTM with it as well, I'd certainly like to be in line or in sync with that.
Okay, we'll see if we can fit that into April or May. And obviously, there's some time there. All right, Miss Olson.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I can't believe making comment at 12:18 at night, but just Tony, to go back to what was being said about, the social emotional learning piece. I think it is really important that we, starting as young as possible. I know in a lot of schools, in the school where I work and a lot of other schools, we do teach anti-racism at a young age. So I'd be interested in that information as well. I think it's important, and it like you said, they do teach things that are age appropriate all the way down to the younger ages. So I'd be interested in following up on that conversation as well.
Okay, Mr. Scher. All right, you're muted, Peter.
Sorry, I just got confused by what Mr. Kelly just said. As an item on building committees, that makes sense to me. The part that didn't make sense to me was working with District 9 on building committees on behalf of the board. I don't understand that.
Well, this is agenda planning, but I think District 9 has reached out to try to understand where the board would be interested in doing that. And as Joe rightfully noted, we should discuss that as a board as opposed to individual members. So he's looking for
Yeah, I would think
that's why we need to discuss it as a board. Anyway, this is still agenda planning, so I don't think we're going to get deep into that right now.
Well, when is this going to be on the agenda? Because I think we need to cease and desist with any conversations with outside bodies until such time as we have discussed it as a board and can provide guidance. That's what I'm trying to understand.
As I understand it, they're not bringing it to the RTM until June, so we will try to get it in April if we can, and if not, we'll do it in May. But we will definitely find time for that. All right, and then Ms. Hirsch, you're muted.
This is what happens after midnight. I'm tired, so I apologize. I just wanted to note that Karen Kowalski and I had mentioned at our last update on the steering committee that we were going to ask to bring our discussion forward to the next meeting, but I think we were going to be moving that not in April. It will be at some point in one of the dates in May. I just wanted to, so that if you had it scheduled, you don't need to for the next meeting.
Okay, obviously you guys should just let me know when you have a better sense so we can get it on there. And just to remind the board, April 8th had been styled as a retreat. Obviously, as Karen just said, PGC is not ready. We're likely converting that into an executive session. I sent the board an email about that, so please hold that date on your calendar. With that, Mr. Kelly, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
Well, sure. First, happy spring, everybody. And I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I'm going to happily second that motion. And Bernstein is a yes. Downey?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes, please.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kowalski?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Scher? Peter, is that a yes? And Stowe?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody, especially the 29 attendees that stuck it out to the end. Have a good night.
Night.